Welcome, the Dweller of the Dark. We are a channel honoring the yellowed and blackened bones of many prominent authors. We will be digging up several obscure, strange, and forgotten authors who influenced many of the great horror, science fiction, and fantasy writers today. Comment below if you like. If you have authors that you'd like to see recognized, list them in the comments or contact our author page. Subscribe for more tales of the horrifying, obscure, strange, and forgotten. We'll have quite a collection climbing out of the tombs. If you like any of our tales, comment, ring the bell, and crush the like button below. Unknown Horror Masters. The Skull and Bones collection has risen from the grave. More beasts to be released soon. Find us on FIVERR to raise 7 kinds of hell. Check out our other stories and our websites. YouTube, BitChute, Rumble, Dweller of the Dark. Official website, dwellerofthedark.com. Kindle Vella, new serialized novels and novelette. Weekly new episodes. Check out links below for Where the Wolf Dwells. The Curious Death of Dionysus Shall-Not. Our books and ebooks are on Kindle Amazon. Follow, support us on Twitter, Instagram, Patreon, Bandcamp. Dweller of the Dark, children of horror. Tonight we let the blood fly with A Night of Fangs. Enjoy.
1. For the Road by Stephen King. It was 10:15, and Herb Tooklander was thinking of closing for the night when the man in the fancy overcoat and the white, staring face burst into Tookie's bar, which lies in the northern part of Falmouth. It was the 10th of January, just about the time most folks are learning to live comfortably with all the New Year's resolutions they broke, and there was one hell of a northeaster blowing outside. 6 inches had come down before dark, and it had been going hard and heavy since then. Twice we had seen Billy Larrabee go by high in the cab of the town plow, and the second time Tookie ran him out of beer, an act of pure charity, my mother would have called it, and my God knows she put down enough of Tookie's beer in her time. Billy told him they were keeping ahead of it on the main road, but the side ones were closed and apt to stay that way until next morning. The radio in Portland was forecasting another foot and a 40-mile-an-hour wind to pile up the drifts. There was just Tookie and me in the bar, listening to the wind howl around them eaves and watching it dance the fire around on the hearth. "Have one for the road, Booth," Tookie says. "I'm gonna shut her down." He poured me one, and himself one, and that's when the door cracked open, and the stranger staggered in, snow up to his shoulders and in his hair, like he had rolled around in confectioner's sugar. The wind billowed a sand-fine sheet of snow in after him. "Close the door!" Tookie roars at him. "Was you born in a barn?" I never seen a man who looked that scared. He was like a horse that spent an afternoon eating fire nettles. His eyes rolled toward Tookie, and he said, "My wife, my daughter," and he collapsed on the floor in a dead faint. "Holy Joe," Tookie says, "close the door, Booth, would you?" I went and shut it, and pushing it against the wind was something of a chore. Tookie was down on one knee, holding the fellow's head up and patting his cheeks. I got over to him and saw right off that it was nasty. His face was fiery red, but there were gray blotches here and there, and when you've lived through winters in Maine since the time Woodrow Wilson was president, as I have, you know those gray blotches mean frostbite. "Faint it," Tookie said. get the brandy off the back bar, will you? I got it and came back. Tookie had opened the fellow's coat. He had come around a little. His eyes were half open, and he was muttering something too low to catch. "Or a capful," Tookie says. "Just a cap?" I asked him. "That stuff's dynamite," Tookie says. "No sense overloading his carb." I poured out a capful and looked at Tookie. He nodded. "Straight down the hatch." I poured it down. It was a remarkable thing to watch. The man trembled all over and began to cough. His face got redder. His eyelids, which had been at half-mast, flew up like window shades. I was a bit alarmed, but Tookie only sat him up like a big baby and clapped him on the back. The man started to retch, and Tookie clapped him again. "Hold on to it," he says. "That brandy comes dear." The man coughed some more, but it was diminishing now. I got my first good look at him. City fella, all right. And from somewhere south of Boston, at a guess. He was wearing kid gloves, expensive but thin. There were probably some more of those grayish-white patches on his hands, and he would be lucky not to lose a finger or two. His coat was fancy, all right. A $300 job, if ever I'd seen one. He was wearing tiny little boots that hardly came up over his ankles, and I began to wonder about his toes. "Better," he said. "All right," Tookie said. "Can you come over to the fire?" "My wife and my daughter," he said. "They're out there in the storm." "From the way you came in, I didn't figure they were at home watching the TV," Tookie said. "You can tell us by the fire as easy as here on the floor. Hook on, Boof." He got to his feet, but a little groan came out of him, and his mouth twisted down in pain. I wondered about his toes again, and I wondered why God felt he had to make fools from New York City who had tried driving around in southern Maine at the height of a northeast blizzard. And I wondered if his wife and his little girl were dressed any warmer than him. We hiked him across to the fireplace and got him sat down in a rocker. That used to be Mrs. Tookie's favorite till she passed on in '74. It was Mrs. Tookie that was responsible for most of the place, which had been written up in Down East and the Sunday Telegram, and even once in the Sunday supplement of the Boston Globe. It's really more of a public house than a bar, with its big wooden floor, pegged together rather than nailed, the maple bar, the old barn-raftered ceiling, and the monstrous big fieldstone hearth. Mrs. Tookie started to get some ideas in her head after the Down East article came out. Wanted to start calling the place Tookie's Inn, or Tookie's Rest, and I admit it has sort of a colonial ring to it, but I prefer plain old Tookie's Bar. It's one thing to get uppish in the summer when the state's full of tourists. Another thing altogether in the winter when you and your neighbors have to trade together. And there had been plenty of winter nights like this one that Tookie and I had spent all alone together, drinking scotch and water or just a few beers. My own Victoria passed on in '73, and Tookie's was a place to go where there were enough voices to mute the steady ticking of the death watch beetle. Even if there was just Tookie and me, it was enough. I wouldn't have felt the same about it if the place had been Tookie's rest. It's crazy, but it's true. We got this fella in front of the fire, and he got the shakes harder than ever. He hugged onto his knees, and his teeth clattered together, and a few drops of clear mucus spilled off the end of his nose. I think he was starting to realize that another 15 minutes out there might have been enough to kill him. It's not the snow. It's the wind chill factor. It steals your heat. "Where did you go off the road?" Tookie asked him. "So 6 miles south of here," he said. Tookie and I stared at each other, and all of a sudden, I felt cold. Cold all over. "You sure?" Tookie demanded. "You came 6 miles through the snow?" He nodded. "I checked the odometer when we came through town. I was following directions, going to see my wife's sister in Cumberland. Never been there before. We're from New Jersey." New Jersey. If there's anyone more purely foolish than a New Yorker, it's a fella from New Jersey. 6 miles? You sure?" Tookie demanded. Pretty sure, yeah. I found the turnoff, but it was drifted in. It was. Tookie grabbed him. In the shifting glow of the fire, his face looked pale and strained, older than his 60 years by 10. "You made a right turn?" "Right turn, yeah. My wife." "Did you see a sign?" "Sign?" He looked up at Tookie blankly and wiped the end of his nose. "Of course I did. It was on my instructions. Take Joyner Avenue through Jerusalem's lot to the 295 entrance ramp." He looked from Tookie to me and back to Tookie again. Outside, the wind whistled and howled and moaned through the eaves. "Wasn't that right, mister?" "A lot," Tookie said, almost too soft to hear. "Oh my God." "What's wrong?" the man said. His voice was rising. "Wasn't that right? I mean, the road looked drifted in. But I thought, if there's a town there, the plows will be out, and then He just sort of tailed off. "Both," Tookie said to me, low. "Get on the phone. Call the sheriff." "Sure," this fool from New Jersey says. "That's right. What's wrong with you guys, anyway? You look like you saw a ghost." Tookie said, "No ghost in the lot, mister. Did you tell them to stay in the car?" "Sure I did," he said, sounding injured. "I'm not crazy." "Well, you couldn't have proved it by me." "What's your name?" I asked him, for the sheriff. "Lumley," he says. "Gerard Lumley." He started in with Tookie again, and I went across to the telephone. I picked up and heard nothing but dead silence. I hit the cutoff buttons a couple of times. Still nothing. I came back. Tookie had poured Gerard Lumley another tot of brandy, and this one was going down him a lot smoother. "Was he out?" Tookie asked. "Phone's dead." "Hot damn," Tookie says, and we look at each other outside. The wind gusted up, throwing snow against the windows. Lumley looked from Tookie to me and back again. Well, haven't either of you got a car? He asked. The anxiety was back in his voice. They've got to run the engine to run the heater. I only had about a quarter of a tank of gas, and it took me an hour and a half to... Look, will you answer me? He stood up and grabbed Tookie's shirt. Mister, Tookie says, I think your hand just ran away from your brains there. Lumley looked at his hand, at Tookie, then dropped it. Maine, he hissed. He made it sound like a dirty word about somebody's mother. All right, he said. Where's the nearest gas station? They must have a tow truck. Nearest gas station is in Falmouth Center, I said. That's 3 miles down the road from here. Thanks, he said, a bit sarcastic, and headed for the door, buttoning his coat. Won't be open, though, I added. He turned back slowly and looked at us. What are you talking about, old man? He's trying to tell you that the station in the center belongs to Billy Larrabee, and Billy's out driving the plow, you damn fool, Tookie says patiently. Now, why don't you come back here and sit down before you bust a gut? He came back, looking dazed and frightened. Are you telling me you can't? That there isn't? I ain't telling you nothing, Tookie says. You're doing all the telling, and if you'd stop for a minute, we could think this over. What's this town, Jerusalem's Lot? He asked. Why was the road drifted in, and no lights on anywhere? And I said, Jerusalem's Lot burned out 2 years back, and they never rebuilt it? He looked like he didn't believe it. It appears that way, I said, and looked at Tookie. What are we going to do about this? Can't leave them out there, he said. I got closer to him. Lumley had wandered away to look out the window into the snowy night. What have they been got at? I asked. That may be, he said, but we don't know it for sure. I've got my Bible on the shelf. You still wear your Pope's medal? I pulled the crucifix out of my shirt and showed him. I was born and raised congregational, but most folks who live around the lot wear something. Crucifix, St. Christopher's medal, rosary, something. Because 2 years ago, in the span of one dark October month, the lot went bad. Sometimes, late at night, when there were just a few regulars drawn up around Tookie's fire, people would talk it over. Talk around it is more like the truth. You see, people in the lot started to disappear. First a few, then a few more, and a whole slew. The schools closed. The town stood empty for most of a year. Oh, a few people moved in, mostly damn fools from out of state, like this fine specimen here. Drawn by the low property values, I suppose. But they didn't last. A lot of them moved out a month or two after they'd moved in. The others, well, they disappeared. Then the town burned flat. It was at the end of a long dry fall. They figured it started up by the Marston house on the hill that overlooked Jointner Avenue, but no one knows how it started, not to this day. It burned out of control for 3 days. After that, for a time, Things were better. And then they started again. I only heard the word vampires mentioned once. Crazy pulp truck driver named Richie Messina from over Freeport Way was in Tookies that night, pretty well liquored up.
Jesus Christ,
the Stampeder roars, standing up about 9 feet tall in his wool pants and his plaid shirt and his leather top boots. Are you all so damn afraid to say it out?
Vampires! That's what you're all thinking, ain't it? Jesus jumped up Christ in a chariot-driven sidecar, just like a bunch of kids scared of the movies. You know what there is down there in Salem's Lot? Want me to tell you? Want me to tell you?
Do tell, Richie, Tookie says. It had got real quiet in the bar. You could hear the fire popping, and outside, the soft drift of November rain coming down in the dark. You got the floor. What you got over there is your basic wild dog pack, Richie Messina tells us. That's what you got. That and a lot of old women who love a good spook story. Why, for $80, I'd go up there and spend the night in what's left of that haunted house you're all so worried about. Well, what about it? Anyone want to put it up? But nobody would. Richie was a loudmouth and a mean drunk, and no one was going to shed any tears at his wake. But none of us were willing to see him go into Salem's Lot after dark. You're screwed to the bunch of you, Richie says. I got my 410 in the trunk of my Chevy, and that'll stop anything in Falmouth, Cumberland, or Jerusalem's Lot. And that's where I'm going. You slammed out of the bar, and no one said a word for a while. Then Lamont Henry says, real quiet, that's the last time anyone's gonna see Richie Messina. Holy God. And Lamont, raised to be a Methodist, from his mother's knee, crossed himself. He'll sober off and change his mind, Tookie said, but he sounded uneasy. He'll be back by closing time, making out it was all a joke. But Lamont had the right of that one, because no one ever saw Richie again. His wife told the state cops she thought he'd gone to Florida to be the collection agency, but you could see the truth of the thing in her eyes. Sick, scared eyes. Not long after, she moved away to Rhode Island. Maybe she thought Richie was going to come after her some dark night. And I'm not the man to say he might not have done. Now Tookie was looking at me, and I was looking at Tookie as I stuffed my crucifix back into my shirt. I never felt so old or so scared in my life. Tookie said again, we can't just leave them out there, Booth. Yeah, I know. We looked at each other for a moment longer, and then he reached out and gripped my shoulder. You're a good man, Booth. That was enough to buck me up some. Seems like when you pass 70, people start forgetting that you are a man, or that you ever were. Tookie walked over to Lumley and said, I've got a 4-wheel drive Scout. I'll get it out. For God's sake, man, why didn't you say so before? He had whirled around from the window and was staring angrily at Tookie. Why'd you have to spend 10 minutes beating around the bush? Tookie said, very softly, Mister, you shut your jaw. And if you get urged to open it, you remember who made that turn onto an unplowed road in the middle of a goddamn blizzard? He started to say something and then shut his mouth. Thick color had risen up in his cheeks. Tookie went out to get his Scout out of the garage. I felt around under the bar for his chrome flask and filled it full of brandy. Figured we might need it before this night was over. Maine blizzard? Ever been out in one? The snow comes flying so thick and fine that it looks like sand. It sounds like that, beating on the sides of your car or pickup. You don't want to use your high beams because they reflect off the snow and you can't see 10 feet in front of you. With the low beams on, you can see maybe 15 feet. But I can live with the snow. It's the wind I don't like. When it picks up and begins to howl, driving the snow into 100 weird flying shapes and sounding like all the hate and pain and fear in the world. Hair's death in the throat of a snowstorm wind. White death and maybe something beyond death. That's no sound to hear when you're tucked up all cozy in your own bed with the shutters bolted and the doors locked. It's that much worse if you're driving. And we were driving smack into Salem's lot. Hurry up a little, can't you? Lumley asked. I said, for a man who came in half frozen, you're in one hell of a hurry to end up walking again. Gave me a resentful, baffled look and didn't say anything else. We were moving up the highway at a steady 25 miles an hour. It was hard to believe that Billy Larrabee had just plowed this stretch an hour ago. Another 2 inches had covered it, and it was drifting in. The strongest gust of wind rocked the Scout on her springs. The headlights showed a swirling white nothing up ahead of us. We hadn't met a single car. About 10 minutes later, Lumley gasped. Hey, what's that? He was pointing out my side of the car. I'd been looking dead ahead. I turned, but was a shade too late. I thought I could see some sort of slump form fading back from the car, back into the snow. But that could have been imagination. What was it? A deer? I asked. I guess so, he says, sounding shaky. But his eyes, they looked red. He looked at me. Is that how a deer's eyes look at night? He sounded almost as if he were pleading. They can look like anything, I says, thinking that might be true. But I've seen a lot of deer at night from a lot of cars and never saw any set of eyes reflect back red. Tookie didn't say anything. About 15 minutes later, we came to a place where the snowbank on the right of the road wasn't so high because the plows are supposed to raise their blades a little when they go through an intersection. This looks like where we turned, Lumley said, not sounding too sure about it. I don't see the sign. This is it, Tookie answered. He didn't sound like himself at all. You can just see the top of the signpost. Oh, sure. Lumley sounded relieved. Listen, Mr. Tooklander, I'm sorry about being so short back there. I was cold and worried and calling myself 200 kinds of fool. And I want to thank you both. Don't thank Booth and me until we've got them in this car, Tookie said. he put the Scout in four-wheel drive and slammed his way through the snowbank and onto Jointner Avenue, which goes through the lot and out to 295. Snow flew up from the mud guards. The rear end tried to brake a little bit, but Tookie's been driving through snow since Hector was a pup. He jockeyed it a bit, talked to it, and on we went. The headlights picked up the bare indication of other tire tracks from time to time, the ones made by Lumley's car, and then they would disappear again. Lumley was leaning forward, looking for his car, and all at once, Tookie said, "Mr. Lumley?" "What?" He looked around at Tookie. "People around these parts are kind of superstitious about Salem's Lot," Tookie says, sounding easy enough, but I could see the deep lines of strain around his mouth and the way his eyes kept moving from side to side. "If your people are in the car, why, that's fine. We'll pack them up, go back to my place, and tomorrow, when the storm's over, Billy would be glad to yank your car out of the snowbank. But if they're not in the car..." "Not in the car?" Lumley broke in sharply. "Why wouldn't they be in the car?" "If they're not in the car," Tookie goes on, not answering, "we're going back to turn around and drive back to Falmouth Center and whistle for the sheriff. Makes no sense to go wallowing around at night in a snowstorm anyway, does it?" "They'll be in the car. Where else would they be?" I said, "One other thing, Mr. Lumley. If we should see anybody, we're not going to talk to them. Not even if they talk to us. You understand that?" Very slow, Lumley says, "Just what are these superstitions?" Before I could say anything, God alone knows what I would have said, Tookie broke in. "We're there." We were coming up on the back end of a big Mercedes. The whole hood of the thing was buried in a snowdrift, and another drift had sucked in the whole left side of the car. But the tail lights were on, and we could see exhaust drifting out of the tailpipe. They didn't run out of gas anyway, Lumley said. Tookie pulled up and pulled on the Scout's emergency brake. "You remember what Booth told you, Lumley?" Sure. But he wasn't thinking of anything but his wife and daughter. I don't see how anybody could blame him either. "Ready, Booth?" Tookie asked me. His eyes held on mine, grim and gray in the dashboard lights. "I guess I am," I said. We all got out, and the wind grabbed us, throwing snow in our faces. Lumley was first, bending into the wind, his fancy topcoat billowing out behind him like a sail. He cast two shadows, one from Tookie's headlights, the other from his own tail lights. I was behind him, and Tookie was a step behind me. When I got to the trunk of the Mercedes, Tookie grabbed me. "Let him go," he said. "Janie, Rancy," Lumley yelled. "Everything okay?" He pulled open the driver's side door and leaned in. "Everything." He froze to a dead stop. The wind ripped the heavy door right out of his hand and pushed it all the way open. "Holy God, Booth," Tookie said, just below the scream of the wind. "I think it's happened again." Lumley turned back toward us. His face was scared and bewildered, his eyes wide. All of a sudden, he lunged toward us through the snow, slipping and almost falling. He brushed me away like I was nothing and grabbed Tookie. "How did you know?" he roared. "Where are they? What the hell is going on here?" Tookie broke his grip and shoved past him. He and I looked into the Mercedes together. Warm as toast, it was, but it wasn't going to be for much longer. The little amber low fuel light was glowing. The big car was empty. There was a child's Barbie doll on the passenger's floor mat, and a child's ski parka was crumpled over the seat back. Tookie put his hands over his face, and then he was gone. Lumley had grabbed him and shoved him right back into the snowbank. His face was pale and wild. His mouth was working as if he had chewed down on some bitter stuff. He couldn't yet unpucker enough to spit out. He reached in and grabbed the parka. "Francie's coat," he kind of whispered, and then loud bellowing, "Francie's coat!" He turned around, holding it in front of him by the little fur-trimmed hood. He looked at me, blank and unbelieving. "She can't be out without her coat on, Mr. Booth. Why? Why? She'll freeze to death." "Mr. Lumley." He blundered past me, still holding the parka, shouting, "Francie! Janie! Where are you? Where are you?" I gave Tookie my hand and pulled him onto his feet. "Are you all..." "Never mind me," he says. "We've got to get hold of him, Booth." We went after him as fast as we could, which wasn't very fast with the snow hip deep in some places. But then he stopped and we caught up to him. "Mr. Lumley," Tookie started, laying a hand on his shoulder. "This way," Lumley said. "This is the way they went. Look!" We looked down. We were in a kind of dip here, and most of the wind went right over our heads. And you could see two sets of tracks, one large and one small, just filling up with snow. If we had been 5 minutes later, they would have been gone. He started to look away, his head down, and Tookie grabbed him back. "No! No, Lumley!" Lumley turned his wild face up to Tookie's and made a fist. He drew it back, but something in Tookie's face made him falter. He looked from Tookie to me, and then back again. "She'll freeze," he said, as if we were a couple of stupid kids. "Don't you get it? She doesn't have her jacket on, and she's only 7 years old." "It could be anywhere," Tookie said. "You can't follow those tracks. They'll be gone in the next drift." "What do you suggest?" Lumley yells, his voice high and hysterical. "If we go back to get the police, she'll freeze to death. Francie and my wife." "They may be frozen already," Tookie said. His eyes caught Lumley's. "Frozen. Or something worse." "What do you mean?" Lumley whispered. "Get it straight, goddammit! Tell me!" "Mr. Lumley," Tookie says. There's something in the lot. But I was the one who came out with it finally. Said the word I never expected to say. Vampires, Mr. Lumley. Jerusalem's lot is full of vampires. I expect that's hard for you to swallow. He was staring at me as if I'd gone green. Loonies, he whispers. You're a couple of loonies. Then he turned away, cupped his hands around his mouth, and bellowed, Francie! Janie! He started floundering off again. The snow was up to the hem of his fancy coat. I looked at Tookie. What do we do now? Follow him, Tookie says. His hair was plastered with snow, and he did look a little bit loony. I can't just leave him out here, Booth. Can you? No, I says. Guess not. So we started to wade through the snow after Lumley as best we could. But he kept getting further and further ahead. He had his youth to spend, you see. He was breaking the trail, going through that snow like a bull. My arthritis began to bother me something terrible, and I started to look down at my legs, telling myself, a little further, just a little further. Keep going, damn it, keep going. I piled right into Tookie, who was standing, spread leg in a drift. His head was hanging and both of his hands were pressed to his chest. Tookie, I says, you okay? I'm all right, he said, taking his hands away. We'll stick with him both, and when he fags out, he'll see reason. We topped a rise, and there was Lumley at the bottom, looking desperately for more tracks. Poor man. There wasn't a chance he was going to find them. The wind blew straight across, down there where he was, and any tracks would have been rubbed out 3 minutes after they was made, let alone a couple of hours. He raised his head and screamed into the night, Francie! Janie! For God's sake! And you could hear the desperation in his voice, the terror, and pity him for it. The only answer he got was the freight train wail of the wind. It almost seemed to be laughing at him, saying, I took them, mister, New Jersey, with your fancy car and camel's hair topcoat. I took them, and I rubbed out their tracks, and by morning I'll have them just as neat and frozen as 2 strawberries in a deep freeze. Lonely! Tookie bawled over the wind. Listen, you never mind vampires or boogies or nothing like that. But you mind this. You're just making it worse for them. We got to get the... And then there was an answer. A voice coming out of the dark like little tinkling silver bells. And my heart turned cold as ice in a cistern. Jerry? Jerry? Is that you? Lumley wheeled at the sound, and then she came, drifting out of the dark shadows of a little copse of trees like a ghost. She was a city woman, all right. And right then, she seemed like the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. I felt like I wanted to go to her and tell her how glad I was she was safe after all. She was wearing a heavy green pullover sort of thing. A poncho, I believe they're called. It floated all around her, and her dark hair streamed out in the wild wind like water in a December creek. Just before the winter freeze stills it and locks it in. Maybe I did take a step toward her because I felt Tookie's hand on my shoulder, rough and warm, and still, how can I say it? I yearned after her, so dark and beautiful, with that green poncho floating around her neck and shoulders, as exotic and strange as to make you think of some beautiful woman from a Walter de la Mare poem. "Janie!" Lumley cried. "Janie!" He began to struggle through the snow toward her, his arms outstretched. "No!" Tookie cried. "No, Lumley!" He never even looked, but she did. She looked up at us and grinned. And when she did, I felt my longing, my yearning turn to horror, as cold as the grave, as white and silent as bones in a shroud. Even from the rise, we could see the sullen red glare in those eyes. They were less human than a wolf's size. And when she grinned, you could see how long her teeth had become. She wasn't human anymore. She was a dead thing, somehow come back to life in this black, howling storm. Tookie made the sign of the cross at her. She flinched back and then grinned at us again. We were too far away and maybe too scared. "Stop it," I whispered. "Can't we stop it?" "Too late, Booth," Tookie says grimly. Lumley had reached her. He looked like a ghost himself, coated in snow like he was. He reached for her, and then he began to scream. I'll hear that sound in my dreams, that man screaming like a child in a nightmare. He tried to back away from her, but her arms, long and bare, and as white as the snow, snaked out and pulled him to her. I could see her cock her head and then thrust it forward. "Booth!" Tookie said, hoarsely. "We've got to get out of here." And so we ran. Ran like rats, I suppose some would say. But those who would weren't there that night. We fled back down, along our own back trail, falling down, getting up again, slipping and sliding. I kept looking back over my shoulder to see if that woman was coming after us, grinning that grin and watching us with those red eyes. We got back to the Scout, and Tookie doubled over, holding his chest. "Tookie!" I said, badly scared. "What?" "Decker," he said. "Been bad for 5 years or more. Get me around in the shotgun seat, Booth, and then get us the hell out of here." I hooked an arm under his coat and dragged him around and somehow boosted him up and in. He leaned his head back and shut his eyes. His skin was waxy looking and yellow. I went back around the hood of the truck at a trot, and I damn near ran into the little girl. She was just standing there beside the driver's side door, her hair in pigtails, wearing nothing but a little bit of a yellow dress. "Mister," she said in a high, clear voice as sweet as morning mist. Won't you help me find my mother? She's gone, and I'm so cold. Honey, I said, honey, you better get in the truck. Your mother's. I broke off, and if there was ever a time in my life I was close to swooning, that was the moment. She was standing there, you see, but she was standing on top of the snow, and there were no tracks, not in any direction. She looked up at me then. Lumley's daughter, Francie. She was no more than 7 years old, and she was going to be 7 for an eternity of nights. Her little face was a ghastly corpse white. Her eyes are red and silver that you could fall into, and below her jaw I could see 2 small punctures like pinpricks, their edges horribly mangled. She held out her arms at me and smiled. "Pick me up, mister," she said softly. "I want to give you a kiss. Then you can take to my mommy." I didn't want to, but there was nothing I could do. I was leaning forward, my arms outstretched. I could see her mouth opening. I could see the little fangs inside the pink ring of her lips. Something slipped down her chin, bright and silvery, and with a dim, distant, faraway horror, I realized she was drooling. Her small hands clasped themselves around my neck, and I was thinking, well, maybe it won't be so bad. Not so bad. Maybe it won't be so awful after a while. When something black flew out of the scout and struck her on the chest. There was a puff of strange-smelling smoke, a flashing glow that was gone an instant later, and then she was backing away, hissing. Her face was twisted into a vulping mask of rage, hate, and pain. She turned sideways, and then she was gone. One moment, she was there, and the next, there was a twisting knot of snow that looked a little bit like a human shape. Then the wind tattered it away across the fields. "Booth!" Tookie whispered. "Be quick now." And I was, but not so quick that I didn't have time to pick up what he had thrown at that little girl from hell. His mother's Douay Bible. That was some time ago. I'm a sight older now, and I was no chicken then. Herb Tooklander passed on 2 years ago. He went peaceful in the night. The bar is still there. Some man and his wife from Waterville bought it. Nice people. And they've kept it pretty much the same. But I don't go by much. It's different somehow with Tookie gone. Things in the lot go on pretty much as they always have. The sheriff found that fellow Lumley's car the next day, out of gas, the battery dead. Neither Tookie nor I said anything about it. What would have been the point? And every now and then, a hitchhiker or a camper will disappear around there someplace, up on Schoolyard Hill or out near the Harmony Hills Cemetery. They'll turn up the Fellows pack-sack or a paperback book all swollen and bleached out by the rain or snow or some such. But never the people. I still have bad dreams about that stormy night we went out there. Not about the woman so much as the little girl and the way she smiled when she held her arms up so I could pick her up so she could give me a kiss. But I'm an old man, and the time comes soon when dreams are done. You may have an occasion to be traveling in southern Maine yourself one of these days. Pretty part of the countryside. You may even stop by Tookie's Bar for a drink. Nice place. They kept the name just the same. So have your drink. And then my advice to you is to keep right on moving north. Whatever you do, don't go up that road to Jerusalem's lot. Especially not after dark. There's a little girl somewhere out there, and I think she's still waiting for her goodnight kiss. The Horror at Chilton Castle by Joseph Payne Brennan. I had decided to spend a leisurely summer in Europe, concentrating, if at all, on genealogical research. I went first to Ireland, journeying to Kilkenny, where I unearthed a mine of legend and authentic lore concerning my remote Irish ancestors, the O'Brionanes, chiefs of the Oi Duach in the ancient kingdom of Ossory. The Brennans, as the name was later spelled, lost their estates in the British confiscation under Thomas Wentworth, Earl of Stafford. The thieving Earl, I am happy to report, was subsequently beheaded in the Tower. From Kilkenny, I traveled to London and then to Chesterfield in search of maternal ancestors, the Holborns, Wilkersons, Searles, etc. Incomplete and fragmentary records left many great gaps, but my efforts were moderately successful, and at length I decided to go farther north and visit the vicinity of Chilton Castle, seat of Robert Chilton Payne, the 12th Earl of Chilton. My relationship to the Chilton Paynes was a most distant one, and yet there existed a tenuous thread of past connection, and I thought it would amuse me to glimpse the castle. Arriving in Wexwold, the tiny village near the castle, late in the afternoon, I engaged a room at the Inn of the Red Goose, the only one there was, unpacked, and went down for a simple meal consisting of a small loaf, cheese, and ale. By the time I had finished this stark and yet satisfying repast, darkness had set in, and with it came wind and rain. I resigned myself to an evening at the inn. There was ale enough, and I was in no hurry to go anywhere. After writing a few letters, I went down and ordered a pint of ale. The tap room was almost deserted. The bartender, a stout gentleman who seemed forever on the point of falling asleep, was pleasant but taciturn, and at length I fell to musing on the strange and frightening legend of Chilton Castle. There were variations of the legend, and without doubt, the original tale had been embroidered down through the centuries, but the essential outline of the story concerned a secret room somewhere in the castle. It was said that this room contained a terrifying spectacle which the Chilton Paynes were obliged to keep hidden from the world. Only 3 persons were ever permitted to enter the room: the presiding Earl of Chilton, the Earl's male heir, and one other person designated by the Earl. Ordinarily, this person was the factor of Chilton Castle. The room was entered only once in a generation, Within 3 days after the male heir came of age, he was conducted to the secret room by the Earl and the Factor. The room was then sealed and never opened again until the heir conducted his own son to the grisly chamber. According to the legend, the heir was never the same person again after entering the room. Invariably, he would become somber and withdrawn. His countenance would acquire a brooding, apprehensive expression which nothing could long dispel. One of the earlier Earls of Chilton had gone completely mad and hurled himself from the turrets of the castle. Speculation about the contents of the secret room had continued for centuries. One version of the tale described the panic-stricken flight of the Gowers, with armed enemies hot on their flagging heels. Although there had been bad blood between the Chilton Paynes and the Gowers, in their desperation, the Gowers begged for refuge at Chilton Castle. The Earl gave them entry, conducted them to a hidden room, and left with a promise that they would be shielded from their pursuers. The Earl kept his promise. The Gowers' enemies were turned away from the castle, their murderous plans unconsummated. The Earl, however, simply left the Gowers in the locked room to starve to death. The chamber was not opened until 30 years later, when the Earl's son finally broke the seal. A fearful sight met his eyes. The Gowers had starved to death slowly, and at the last, judging by the appearance of the mingled skeletons, had turned to cannibalism. Another version of the legend indicated that the secret room had been used by medieval earls as a torture chamber. It was said that the ingenious instruments of pain were yet in the room, and that these lethal apparatuses still clutched the pitiful remains of their final victims, twisted fearfully in their last agonies. A third version mentioned one of the female ancestors of the Chilton Paynes, Lady Susan Glanville, who had reputedly made a pact with the devil. She had been condemned as a witch, but had somehow managed to escape the stake. The date and even the manner of her death were unknown, but in some vague way, the secret room was supposed to be connected with it. As I speculated on these different versions of the gruesome legend, the storm increased in intensity. Rain drummed steadily against the leaded windows of the inn, and now I could occasionally hear the distant mutter of thunder. Glancing at the rain-streaked panes, I shrugged and ordered another pint of ale. I had the fresh tankard halfway to my lips when the tap room door burst open, letting in a blast of wind and rain. The door was shut, and a tall figure, muffled to the ears in a dripping greatcoat, moved to the bar. Removing his cap, he ordered a brandy. Having nothing better to do, I observed him closely. He looked about 70, grizzled and weather-worn, but wiry, with an appearance of toughness and determination. He was frowning, as if absorbed in thinking through some unpleasant problem, yet his cold blue eyes inspected me keenly for a brief but deliberate interval. I could not place him in a tidy niche. He might be a local farmer, and yet I did not think that he was. He had a vague aura of authority, and though his clothes were certainly plain, they were, I thought, somewhat better in cut and quality than those of the local countrymen I had observed. trivial incident opened a conversation between us. An unusually sharp crack of thunder made him turn towards the window. As he did so, he accidentally brushed his wet cap onto the floor. I retrieved it for him. He thanked me, and then we exchanged commonplace remarks about the weather. I had an intuitive feeling that although he was normally a reticent individual, he was presently wrestling with some severe problem, which made him want to hear a human voice. Realizing there was always the possibility that my intuition might, for once, have failed me, I nevertheless babbled on about my trip, about my genealogical researches in Kilkenny, London, and Chesterfield, and finally, about my distant relationship to the Chiltern Paynes, and my desire to get a good look at Chiltern Castle. Suddenly, I found that he was gazing at me with an expression which, if not fierce, was disturbingly intense. An awkward silence ensued. I coughed, wondering uneasily what I had said to make those cold blue eyes stare at me so fixedly. At length, he became aware of my growing embarrassment. "You must excuse me for staring," he apologized, "but something you said." He hesitated. "Could we perhaps take that table?" He nodded towards a small table, which sat half in shadow in the far corner of the room. I agreed, mystified but curious, and we took our drinks to the secluded table. He sat frowning for a minute, as if uncertain how to begin. Finally, he introduced himself as William Cowath. I gave him my name, and still he hesitated. At length, he took a swallow of brandy and then looked straight at me. "I am," he stated, "the factor at Chiltern Castle." I surveyed him with surprise and renewed interest. "What an agreeable coincidence!" I exclaimed. "Then perhaps tomorrow you could arrange for me to have a look at the castle?" He seemed scarcely to hear me. Yes, of course," he replied absently. Puzzled and a bit irritated by his air of detachment, I remained silent. He took a deep breath and then spoke rapidly, running some of his words together. "Robert Chiltern Payne, the 12th Earl of Chiltern, was buried in the family vaults 1 week ago. Frederick, the young heir and now 13th Earl, came of age just 3 days ago. Tonight it is imperative that he be conducted to the secret chamber." I gaped at him in incredulous amazement. For a moment, I had an idea that he had somehow heard my interest in Chiltern Castle and was merely pulling my leg for amusement, in the belief that I was the greenest of gullible tourists. But there could be no mistaking his deadly seriousness. There was not the faintest suspicion of humor in his eyes. I groped for words. It seemed so strange, so unbelievable. Just before you arrived, I had been thinking about the various legends connected with the secret room. His cold eyes held my own. It is not legend that confronts us. It is fact. A thrill of fear and excitement ran through me. "You are going there tonight?" He nodded. "Tonight, myself, the young Earl, and one other stared at him. Ordinarily, he continued, the Earl himself would accompany us. That is the custom. But he is dead. Shortly before he passed away, he instructed me to select someone to go with the young Earl and myself. That person must be male, and preferably of the blood. I took a deep drink of ale and said not a word. He continued, besides the young Earl, there is no one at the castle save his elderly mother, Lady Beatrice Chilton, and an ailing aunt. Who could the Earl have had in mind? I inquired cautiously. The factor frowned. There are some distant male cousins residing in the country. I have an idea, he thought, at least one of them might appear for the obsequies, but not one of them did. That was most unfortunate, I observed. Extremely unfortunate. And I am therefore asking you, as one of the blood, to accompany the young Earl and myself to the secret room tonight. I gulped like a pumpkin. Lightning flashed against the windows, and I could hear rain swishing along the stones outside. When feathers of ice stopped fluttering in my stomach, I managed a reply. But that is, my relationship is so very remote. I am of the blood by courtesy only, you might say. The strain in me is so very diluted. He shrugged. You bear the name, and you possess at least a few drops of the paying blood. Under the present urgent circumstances, no more is necessary. I am sure that the old Earl would agree with me, could he still speak. You will come? There was no escaping the intensity, the pressure of those cold, blue eyes. They seemed to follow my mind about as it groped for further excuses. Finally, inevitably, it seemed, I agreed. A feeling grew in me that the meeting had been preordained, that somehow I had always been destined to visit the secret chamber in Chilton Castle. We finished our drinks, and I went up to my room for rainwear. When I descended, suitably attired for the storm, the obese bartender was snoring on his stool, in spite of savage crashes of thunder, which had now become almost incessant. I envied him as I left the cozy room with William Cowath. Once outside, my guide informed me that we would have to go on foot to the castle. He had purposely walked down to the inn, he explained, in order that he might have time and solitude to straighten out in his own mind the things which he would have to do. The sheets of heavy rain, the strong wind, and the roar of thunder made conversation difficult. I walked, Indian fashion, behind the factor, who took enormous strides and appeared to know every inch of the way in spite of the darkness. We walked only a short distance down the village street and then struck into a side road, which very soon dwindled to a footpath made slippery and treacherous by the driving rain. Abruptly, the path began to ascend. The footing became more precarious. It was at once necessary to concentrate all one's attention on one's feet. Fortunately, flashes of lightning were frequent. It seemed to me that we had been walking for an hour. Actually, I suppose it was only a few minutes when the factor finally stopped. I found myself standing beside him on a flat, rocky plateau. He pointed up an incline which rose before us. "Chilton Castle," he said. For a moment, I saw nothing in the unrelieved darkness. Then the lightning flashed. Beyond, high battlemented walls, fissured with age, I glimpsed a great, square Norman castle with 4 rectangular corner towers, pierced by narrow window apertures which looked like evil slitted eyes. The huge, weathered pile was half covered by a mantle of ivy which appeared more black than green. "It looks incredibly old," I commented. William Coworth nodded. "It was begun in 1122 by Henry D. Montargis." Without another word, he started up the incline. As we approached the castle wall, the storm grew worse. The slanting rain and powerful wind now made speech all but impossible. We bent our heads and staggered upwards. When the wall finally loomed in front of us, I was amazed at its height and thickness. It had been constructed, obviously, to withstand the best siege guns and battering rams which its early enemies could bring to bear on it. As we crossed a massive timbered drawbridge, I peered down into the black ditch of a moat, but I could not be sure whether there was water in it. A low, arched gateway gave access through the wall to an inner cobblestone courtyard. This courtyard was entirely empty, save for rivulets of rushing water. Crossing the cobblestones with swift strides, the factor led me to another arched gateway and yet another wall. Inside was a second, smaller yard, and beyond spread the ivy-clutched base of the ancient keep itself. Traversing a darkened, stone-flagged passage, we found ourselves facing a ponderous door, age-blackened oak, reinforced with pitted bands of iron. The factor flung open this door, and there before us was the great hall of the castle. 4 long, hand-hewn tables with their accompanying benches stretched almost the entire length of the hall. Metal torch brackets, stained with age, were affixed to sculptured stone columns which supported the roof. Ranged around the walls were suits of armor, heraldic shields, halberds, pikes, and banners, the accumulated trophies and prizes of bloody centuries, when each castle was almost a kingdom unto itself. In flickering candlelight, which appeared to be the only illumination, the grim array was eerily impressive. William Coworth waved a hand. The holders of Chilton lived by the sword for many centuries. Walking the length of the great hall, he entered another dim passageway. I followed silently. As we strode along, he spoke in a subdued voice. "Frederick, the young heir, does not enjoy robust health. The shock of his father's death was severe, and he dreads tonight's ordeal, which he knows must come." Stopping before a wooden door embellished with a carved fleur-de-lis and metal scrollwork, he gave me a shadowed, enigmatic glance and then knocked. someone inquired who was there, and he identified himself. Presently, a heavy bolt was lifted and the door opened. If the Chilton Paynes had been stubborn fighters in their day, the warrior blood appeared to have become considerably diluted in the veins of Frederick, the young heir and now 13th Earl. I saw before me a thin, pale-complexioned young man whose dark, sunken eyes looked haunted and fearful. His dress was both theatrical and anachronistic. A dark, green velvet coat and trousers, a green satin waistband, flounces of white lace at neck and wrist. He beckoned us in, as with reluctance, and closed the door. The walls of the small room were entirely covered with tapestries depicting the hunt or medieval battle scenes. A draught of air from a window or other aperture made them undulate constantly. They seemed to have a disturbing life of their own. In one corner of the room, there was an antique canopy bed. In another, a large writing table with an agate lamp. After a brief introduction, which included an explanation of how I came to be accompanying them, the factor inquired if his lordship was ready to visit the chamber. Although he was wan in any case, Frederick's face now lost every last trace of color. He nodded, however, and preceded us into the passage. William Cowarth led the way. The young Earl followed him, and I brought up the rear. At the far end of the passage, the factor opened the door of a cobwebbed supply room. Here, he secured candles, chisels, a pick, and a sledgehammer. After packing these into a leather bag, which he slung over one shoulder, he picked up a faggot torch, which lay on one of the shelves in the room. He lit this, then waited while it flared into a steady flame. Satisfied with this illumination, he closed the room and beckoned for us to continue after him. Nearby was a descending spiral of stone steps. Lifting his torch, the factor started down. We trailed after him wordlessly. There must have been 50 steps in that long downward spiral. As we descended, the stones became wet and cold. The air, too, grew colder. But the cold was not of the type that refreshes. It was too laden with the smell of mold and dampness. At the bottom of the steps, we faced a tunnel, pitch black and silent. The factor raised his torch. Chilton Castle is Norman, but is said to have been reared over a Saxon ruin. It is believed that the passageways in these depths were constructed by the Saxons. He peered, frowning, into the tunnel, or by some still earlier folk. He hesitated briefly, and I thought he was listening. Then, glancing round at us, he proceeded down the passage. I walked after the Earl, shivering. The dead, icy air seemed to pierce to the pith of my bones. The stones underfoot grew slippery with a film of slime. I longed for more light, but there was none save that cast by the flickering, bobbing torch of the factor. Partway down the passage, he paused, and again I sensed that he was listening. The silence seemed absolute, however, and we went on. The end of the passage brought us to more descending steps. We went down some 15 and entered another tunnel, which appeared to have been cut out of the solid rock on which the castle had been reared. White-crusted nitre clung to the walls. The reek of mold was intense. The icy air was fetid with some other odor, which I found peculiarly repellent, though I could not name it. At last, the factor stopped, lifted his torch, and slid the leather bag from his shoulder. I saw that we stood before a wall made of some kind of building stone. Though damp and stained with nitre, it was obviously of much more recent construction than anything we had previously encountered. Glancing round at us, William Cowath handed me the torch. "Keep a good hold on it, if you please. I have candles. But," leaving the sentence unfinished, he drew the pick from his sling bag and began an assault on the wall. The barrier was solid enough, but after he had worked a hole in it, he took up the sledgehammer, and quicker progress was made. Once I offered to take up the hammer while he held the torch, but he only shook his head and went on with his work of demolition. All this time, the young Earl had not spoken a word. As I looked at his tense, white face, I felt sorry for him, in spite of my own mounting trepidation. Abruptly, there was silence as the factor lowered the sledgehammer. I saw that a good 2 feet of the lower wall remained. William Cowath bent to inspect it. "Strong enough," he commented cryptically. "I will leave that to build on. We can step over." For a full minute, he stood looking silently into the blackness beyond. Finally, shouldering his bag, he took the torch from my hand and stepped over the ragged base of the wall. We followed suit. As I entered that chamber, the fetid odor, which I had noticed in the passage, seemed to overwhelm us. It was washed around us in a nauseating wave, and we all gasped for breath. The factor spoke between coughs. "It will subside in a minute or two. Stand near the aperture." Although the reek remained repellently strong, we could at length breathe more freely. William Cowath lifted his torch and peered into the black depths of the chamber. Fearfully, I gazed around his shoulder. There was no sound, and at first I could see nothing but nitre-encrusted walls and wet stone floor. Presently, however, in a far corner, just beyond the flickering halo of the faggot torch, I saw 2 tiny, fiery spots of red. I tried to convince myself that they were 2 red jewels, 2 rubies, shining in the torchlight. But I knew at once, I felt at once, what they were. They were, two red eyes, and they were watching us with a fierce, unwavering stare. The factor spoke softly. Wait here. He crossed towards the corner, stopped halfway, and held out his torch at arm's length. For a moment he was silent. Finally, he emitted a long, shuddering sigh. When he spoke again, his voice had changed. It was only a sepulchral whisper. Come forward, he told us in that strange, hollow voice. I followed Frederick until we stood at either side of the factor. When I saw what crouched on a stone bench in that far corner, I felt sure that I would faint. My heart literally stopped beating for perceptible seconds. The blood left my extremities. I reeled with dizziness. I might have cried out, but my throat would not open. The entity which rested on that stone bench was like something that had crawled up out of hell. Piercing, malignant red eyes proclaimed that it had a terrible life, and yet that life sustained itself in a black, shrunken, half-mummified body which resembled a disinterred corpse. A few moldy rags clung to the cadaver-like frame. Wisps of white hair sprouted out of its ghastly gray-white skull. A red smear or blotch of some sort covered the wizened slit which served it as a mouth. It surveyed us with a malignancy which was beyond anything merely human. It was impossible to stare back into those monstrous red eyes. They were so inexpressibly evil. One felt that one's soul would be consumed in the fires of their malevolence. Glancing aside, I saw that the factor was now supporting Frederick. The young heir had sagged against him, staring fixedly at the fearful apparition with terror-glazed eyes. In spite of my own sense of horror, I pitied him. The factor sighed again, and then he spoke once more in that low, sepulchral voice. You see before you, he told us, Lady Susan Glanville. She was carried into this chamber and fettered to the wall in 1473. A thrill of horror coursed through me. I felt that we were in the presence of malign forces from the pit itself. To me, the hideous thing had appeared sexless, but at the sound of its name, the ghastly mockery of a grin contorted the puckered, red-smeared mouth. I noticed now for the first time that the monster actually was secured to the wall. The great double shackles were so blackened with age, I had not noticed them before. The factor went on, as if he spoke by rote. Lady Glanville was a maternal ancestor of the Chilton Paynes. She had commerce with the devil. She was condemned as a witch, but escaped the stake. Finally, her own people forcibly overcame her. She was brought in here, fettered, and left to die. He was silent a moment and then continued. It was too late. She had already made a pact with the powers of darkness. It was an unspeakably evil thing, and it has condemned her issue to a life of torment and nightmare, a lifetime of terror and dread. He swung his torch towards the blackened, red-eyed thing. She was a beauty once. She hated death. She feared death. And so, she finally bartered her own immortal soul and the bodies of her issue for eternal earthly life. I heard his voice as in a nightmare. It seemed to be coming from an infinite distance. He went on. The consequences of breaking the pact are too terrible to describe. No descendant of hers has ever dared to do so. Once the forfeit is known, and so she has bided here for these nearly 500 years. I had thought he was finished, but he resumed. Glancing upwards, he lifted his torch towards the roof of that accursed chamber. This room, he said, lies directly underneath the family vaults. Upon the death of the Earl, the body is ostensibly left in the vaults. When the mourners have gone, however, the false bottom of the vault is thrust aside, and the body of the Earl is lowered into this room. Looking up, I saw the square rectangle of a trap door above. The factor's voice now became barely audible. Once, every generation, Lady Glanville feeds on the corpse of the deceased Earl. It is a provision of that unspeakable pact which cannot be broken. I knew now, with a sense of horror utterly beyond description, whence came that red smear on the repulsive mouth of the creature before us. As if to confirm his words, the factor lowered his torch until its flame illuminated the floor at the foot of the stone bench where the vampiric monster was fettered. Strewn about the floor were the scattered bones and skull of an adult male, red with fresh blood. And at some distance were other human bones, brown and crumbling with age. At this point, Frederick began to scream. His shrill, hysterical cries filled the chamber. Although the factor shook him roughly, his terrible shrieks continued, terror-filled, nerve-shaking. For moments, the corpse-like thing on the bench watched him with its frightful red eyes. It uttered sound finally, a kind of animal squeal, which might have been intended as laughter. Abruptly then, and without any warning, it slid from the bench and lunged towards the young Earl. The blackened shackles which fettered it to the wall permitted it to advance only a yard or two. It was pulled back sharply, yet it lunged again and again, squealing with a kind of hellish glee which stirred the hair on my head. William Cowath thrust his torch towards the monster, but it continued to lunge. At the end of its fetters, the nightmare room resounded with the Earl's screams and the creature's horrible squeals of bestial laughter. I felt that my own mind would give way unless I escaped from that anteroom of hell. For the first time, during an ordeal which would have sent any lesser man fleeing for his life and sanity, the iron control of the Factor appeared to be shaken. He looked beyond the wild, lunging thing towards the wall where the fetters were fastened. I sensed what was in his mind. Would those fastenings hold after all these centuries of rust and dampness? On a sudden resolve, he reached into an inner pocket and drew out something which glittered in the torchlight. It was a silver crucifix. Striding forward, he thrust it almost into the twisted face of the leaping monstrosity which had once been the ravishing Lady Susan Glanville. The creature reeled back with an agonized scream which drowned out the cries of the Earl. It cowered on the bench, abruptly silent and motionless, only the pulsating of its wizened mouth and the fires of hatred in its red eyes giving evidence that it still lived. William Cowarth addressed it grimly. "Creature of hell, if ye leave that bench ere we quit this room and seal it once again, I swear that I shall hold this cross against ye." The thing's red eyes watched the Factor with an expression of abysmal hatred, which no combination of mere letters could convey. They actually appeared to glow with fire, and yet I read in them something else: fear. I suddenly became aware that silence had descended on that room of the damned. It lasted only a few moments. The Earl had finally stopped screaming, but now came something worse. He began to laugh. It was only a low chuckle, but it was somehow worse than all his screams. It went on, softly, mindlessly. The Factor turned, beckoning me towards the partially demolished wall. Crossing the room, I climbed out. Behind me, the Factor led the young Earl, who shuffled like an old man, chuckling to himself. There was then what seemed an interminable interval, during which the Factor carried back a sack of mortar and a keg of water, which he had previously left somewhere in the tunnel. Working by torchlight, he prepared the cement and proceeded to seal up the chamber, using the same stones which he had displaced. While the Factor labored, the young Earl sat motionless in the tunnel, chuckling softly. There was silence from within. Once only, I heard the thing's fetters clank against the stone. At last the Factor finished and led us back through those nitrous-stained passageways and up the icy stairs. The Earl could scarcely ascend. With difficulty, the Factor supported him from step to step. Back in his tapestry-paneled chamber, Frederick sat on his canopy bed and stared at the floor, laughing quietly. With horror, I noticed that his black hair had actually turned gray. After persuading him to drink a glass of liquid, which I had no doubt contained a heavy dose of sedative, the Factor managed to get him stretched out on the bed. William Cowarth then led me to a nearby bedchamber. My impulse was to rush from that hellish pile without delay, but the storm still raged, and I was by no means sure I could find my way back to the village without a guide. The factor shook his head sadly. I fear his lordship is doomed to an early death. He was never strong, and tonight's events may have deranged his mind, may have weakened him beyond hope of recovery. I expressed my sympathy and horror. The factor's cold blue eyes held my own. It may be, he said, that in the event of the young Earl's death, you, yourself, might be considered, he hesitated, might be considered, he finally concluded, as one somewhat in line of succession. I wanted to hear no more. I gave him a curt good night, bolted the door after him, and tried, quite unsuccessfully, to salvage a few minutes' sleep. But sleep would not come. I had feverish visions of that red-eyed thing in the sealed chamber, escaping its fetters, breaking through the wall and crawling up those icy, slime-covered stairs. Even before dawn, I softly unbolted my door and, like a marauding thief, crept shivering through the cold passageways and the great deserted hall of the castle. Crossing the cobbled courtyards and the black moat, I scrambled down the incline towards the village. Long before noon, I was well on my way to London. Luck was with me. The next day, I was on a boat bound for the Atlantic run. I shall never return to England. I intend always to keep Chilton Castle and its permanent occupant at least an ocean away.
Struck Gallows by Hugh B. Cave. Night, black as pitch and filled with the wailing of a dead wind, sank like a shapeless specter into the oily waters of the Indian Ocean, leaving a great gray expanse of sullen sea, empty except for a solitary speck that rose and dropped in the long swell. The forlorn thing was a ship's boat. For 7 days and 7 nights, it had drifted through the waste, bearing its ghastly burden. Now, groping to his knees, one of the 2 survivors peered away into the east, where the first glare of a red sun filtered over the rim of the world. Within arm's reach, in the bottom of the boat, lay a second figure, face down. All night long, he had lain there. Even the torrential shower, descending in the dark hours and flooding the dory with life-giving water, had failed to move him. The first man crawled forward, scooping water out of the tarpaulin with a battered tin cup. He turned his companion over and forced the stuff through receded lips. Mix.
The voice was a cracked whisper.
Mix. Good God. You ain't dead, Mix. I ain't left all alone out here.
John Miggs opened his eyes feebly.
What's wrong?
He muttered.
We got water, Miggs. Water.
You're dreaming again, Yancey. It ain't water. It's nothing but sea.
It rained.
Yancey screeched.
Last night, it rained. I stretched the tarpaulin. All night long, I've been lying face up, letting it rain in my mouth.
Miggs touched the tin cup to his tongue and lapped its contents suspiciously. With a mumbled cry, he gulped the water down. Then, gibbering like a monkey, he was crawling toward the tarpaulin. Yancey flung him back, snarling. "No, you won't," Yancey rasped. "We got to save it, see? We got to get out of here." Miggs glowered at him from the opposite end of the dory. Yancey sprawled down beside the tarpaulin and stared once again over the abandoned sea, struggling to reason things out. They were somewhere in the Bay of Bengal. A week ago, they had been on board the Cardigan, a tiny tramp freighter carrying its handful of passengers from Maine to Georgetown. The Cardigan had foundered in the typhoon off the Mergui archipelago. For 12 hours, she had heaved and groaned through an inferno of swirling seas. Then she had gone under. Yancey's memory of the succeeding events was a twisted, unreal parade of horrors. At first, there had been 5 men in the little boat. 4 days of terrific heat, no water, no food, had driven the little Persian priest mad, and he had jumped overboard. The other 2 had drunk salt water and died in agony. Now he and Miggs were alone. The sun was incandescent in a white-hot sky. The sea was calm, greasy, unbroken, except for the slow, patient black fins that had been following the boat for days. But something else, during the night, had joined the sharks in their hellish pursuit. Sea snakes, hydrophini, wriggling out of nowhere, had come to haunt the dory, gliding in circles round and round, venomous, vivid, vindictive, and overhead were gulls, wheeling, swooping in erratic arcs, cackling fiendishly, and watching the 2 men with relentless eyes. Yancey glanced up at them. Gulls and snakes could mean only one thing: land. He supposed they had come from the Andamans, the prison isles of India. It didn't much matter. They were here. Hideous, menacing harbingers of hope. His shirt, filthy and ragged, hung open to the belt, revealing a lean chest tattooed with grotesque figures. A long time ago, too long to remember, he'd gone on a drunken binge in Goa. Jap rum had done it. In company with 2 others of the Cardigan's crew, he had shambled into a tattooing establishment and ordered the Jap, in a bloated voice, to paint anything you damned well like, Professor. Anything at all. And the Jap, being of a religious mind and sentimental, had decorated Yancey's chest with a most beautiful crucifix, large, ornate, and colorful. It brought a grim smile to Yancey's lips as he peered down at it, but presently his attention was centered on something else, something unnatural, bewildering on the horizon. The thing was a narrow bank of fog lying low on the water, as if a distorted cloud had sunk out of the sky and was floating heavily, half submerged in the sea. And the small boat was drifting toward it. In a little while, the fog bank hung dense on all sides. Yancey groped to his feet, gazing about him. John Miggs muttered something beneath his breath and crossed himself. The thing was shapeless, grayish white, clammy. It reeked, not with the dank smell of sea fog, but with the sickly, pungent stench of a buried jungle or a subterranean mushroom cellar. The sun seemed unable to penetrate it. Yancey could see the red ball above him, a feeble, smothered eye of crimson fire, blotted by swirling vapor. "The gulls," mumbled Miggs. "They're gone." "I know it. The sharks, too. And the snakes. We're all alone, Miggs." An eternity passed while the dory drifted deeper and deeper into the cone. And then there was something else. Something that came like a moaning voice out of the fog. The muted, irregular, sing-song clangor of a ship's bell. "Listen," Miggs cackled. "You hear?" But Yancey's trembling arm had come up abruptly, pointing ahead. "By God, Miggs, look!" Miggs scrambled up, rocking the boat beneath him. His bony fingers gripped Yancey's arm. They stood there, the two of them, staring at the massive black shape that loomed up like an ethereal phantom of another world, 100 feet before them. "We're saved," Miggs said incoherently. "Thank God, Nels." Yancey called out shrilly. His voice rang through the fog with a hoarse jangle, like the scream of a caged tiger. It choked into silence, and there was no answer, no responsive outcry, nothing so much as a whisper. The dory drifted closer. No sound came from the lips of the two men as they drew alongside. There was nothing but the intermittent tolling of that mysterious, muted bell. Then they realized the truth, a truth that brought a moan from Miggs's lips. The thing was a derelict, frowning out of the water, inanimate, sullen, buried in its winding sheet of unearthly fog. Its stern was high, exposing a propeller, red with rust and matted with clinging weeds. Across the bow, nearly obliterated by age, appeared the words, "Golconda, Cardiff." "Yancey, it ain't no real ship. It ain't of this world." Yancey stooped with a snarl and picked up the oar in the bottom of the dory. A rope dangled within reach, hanging like a black serpent over the scarred hull. With clumsy strokes, he drove the small boat beneath it. Then, reaching up, he seized the line and made the boat fast. "You're going aboard?" Miggs said fearfully. Yancey hesitated, staring up with bleary eyes. He was afraid, without knowing why. The Golconda frightened him. The mist clung to her tenaciously. She rolled heavily, ponderously in the long swell, and the bell was still tolling softly somewhere within the lost vessel. "Well, why not?" Yancey growled. "There may be food aboard. What's there to be afraid of?" Miggs was silent. Grasping the ropes, Yancey clambered up them. His body swung like a gibbet corpse against the side. Clutching the rail, he heaved himself over, then stood there, peering into the layers of thick fog as Miggs climbed up and dropped down beside him. "I don't like it," Miggs whispered.
It ain't.
Yancey groped forward. The deck planks creaked dismally under him. With Miggs clinging close, he led the way into the waist, then into the bow. The cold fog seemed to have accumulated here in a sluggish mass, as if some magnetic force had drawn it. Through it, with arms outheld in front of him, Yancey moved with shuffling steps, a blind man in a strange world. Suddenly, he stopped so abruptly that Miggs lurched headlong into him. Yancey's body stiffened. His eyes were wide, glaring at the deck before him. A hollow, unintelligible sound parted his lips. Miggs cringed back with a livid screech, clawing at his shoulder. What is it?" he said thickly. At their feet were bones, skeletons, lying there in the swirl of vapor. Yancey shuddered as he examined them. Dead things they were, dead and harmless, yet they were given new life by the motion of the mist. They seemed to crawl, to wriggle, to slither toward him and away from him. He recognized some of them as portions of human frames. Others were weird, unshapely things. A tiger skull grinned up at him with jaws that seemed to widen hungrily. The vertebrae of a huge python lay in disjointed coils on the planks, twisted as if in agony. He discerned the skeletonic remains of tigers, tapirs, and jungle beasts of unknown identity, and human heads, many of them, scattered about like an assembly of mocking, dead-alive faces leering at him, watching him with hellish anticipation. The place was a morgue, a charnel house. Yancey fell back, stumbling. His terror had returned with triple intensity. He felt cold perspiration forming on his forehead, on his chest, trickling down the tattooed crucifix. Frantically, he swung about in his tracks and made for the welcome solitude of the stern deck, only to have Miggs clutch feverishly at his arm. "I'm going to get out of here, Nails. That damned bell. These here things." Yancey flung the groping hands away. He tried to control his terror. This ship, this Golconda, was nothing but a tramp trader. She'd been carrying a cargo of jungle animals for some expedition. The beast had got loose, gone amok in a storm. There was nothing fantastic about it. In answer came the intermittent clang of the hidden bell below decks and the soft lapping sound of the water swishing through the thick weeds which clung to the ship's bottom. "Come on," Yancey said grimly. "I'm going to have a look around. We need food." He strode back through the waist of the ship, with Miggs shuffling behind. Feeling his way to the towering stern, he found the fog thinner, less pungent. The hatch leading down into the stern hold was open. It hung before his face like an uplifted hand, scarred, bloated, as if in mute warning. And out of the aperture at its base straggled a spidery thing that was strangely out of place here on this abandoned derelict. A curious, menacing, crawling vine with mottled, triangular leaves and immense orange-hued blossoms. Like a living snake, intertwined about itself, it coiled out of the hold and wormed over the deck. Yancey stepped closer, hesitantly. Bending down, he reached to grasp one of the blooms, only to turn his face away and fall back with an involuntary mutter. The flowers were sickly sweet, nauseating. They repelled him with their savage odor. "Something," Miggs whispered sibilantly, "is watching us, Nels. I can feel it." Yancey peered all about him. He too felt a third presence close at hand. Something malignant, evil, unearthly. He could not name it. "It's your imagination," he snapped. "Shut up, will you?" "We ain't alone, Nels. This ain't no ship at all." "Shut up." "But the flowers there, they ain't right. Flowers don't grow aboard a Christian ship, Nels." "This hulk's been here long enough for trees to grow on it," Yancey said curtly. "The seeds probably took root in the filth below." "Well, I don't like it." "Go forward and see what you can find. I'm going below to look around." Miggs shrugged helplessly and moved away. Alone, Yancey descended to the lower levels. It was dark down here, full of shadows and huge, gaunt forms that lost their substance in the coils of thick, sinuous fog. He felt his way along the passage, pawing the wall with both hands. Deeper and deeper into the labyrinth he went, until he found the galley. The galley was a dungeon, reeking of dead, decayed food, as if the stench had hung there for an eternity without being molested, as if the entire ship lay in an atmosphere of its own, an atmosphere of the grave, through which the clean outer air never broke. But there was food here, canned food that stared down at him from the rotted shelves. The labels were blurred, illegible. Some of the cans crumbled in Yancey's fingers as he seized them, disintegrated into brown, dry dust, and trickled to the floor. Others were in fair condition, airtight. He stuffed 4 of them into his pockets and turned away. Eagerly now, he stumbled back along the passage. The prospects of food took some of those other thoughts out of his mind, and he was in better humor when he finally found the captain's cabin. Here, too, the evident age of the place gripped him. The walls were gray with mold, falling into a broken, warped floor. A single table stood on the far side near the bunk, a blackened, grimy table bearing an upright oil lamp and a single black book. He picked the lamp up timidly and shook it. The circular base was yet half full of oil, and he set it down carefully. It would come in handy later. Frowning, he peered at the book beside it. It was a seaman's Bible, a small one, lying there, coated with cracked dust, dismal with age. Around it, as if some crawling slug had examined it on all sides, leaving a trail of excretion, lay a peculiar line of black pitch, irregular, but unbroken. Yancey picked the book up and flipped it open. The pages slid under his fingers, allowing a scrap of loose paper to flutter to the floor. He stooped to retrieve it, then, seeing that it bore a line of penciled script, he peered closely at it. The writing was an apparently irrelevant scrawl, a meaningless memorandum, which said crudely,
"It's the bots on the crates. I know it now, but it is too late. God help me."
With a shrug, he replaced it and thrust the Bible into his belt, where it pressed comfortingly against his body. Then he continued his exploration. In the wall cupboard, he found 2 full bottles of liquor, which proved to be brandy. Leaving them there, he groped out of the cabin and returned to the upper deck in search of Miggs. Miggs was leaning on the rail, watching something below. Yancey trudged toward him, calling out shrilly,
"Say, I got food, Miggs. Food and brand."
He did not finish. Mechanically, his eyes followed the direction of Miggs's stare, and he recoiled involuntarily as his words clipped into stifled silence. On the surface of the oily water below, huge sea snakes paddled against the ship's side, enormous slithering shapes, banded with streaks of black and red and yellow, vicious and repulsive.
"They're back," Miggs said quickly. "They know this ain't no proper ship. They come here out of their hellhole to wait for us."
Yancey glanced at him curiously. The inflection of Miggs's voice was peculiar, not at all the phlegmatic, guttural tone that usually grumbled through the little man's lips. It was almost eager.
"What did you find?"
Yancey faltered. "Nothing. All the ship's boats are hanging in their davits. Never been touched."
"I found food,"
Yancey said abruptly, gripping his arm.
"We'll eat, then we'll feel better. What the hell are we, anyhow? A couple of fools? Soon as we eat, we'll stock the dory and get off this blasted death ship and clear out of this stinking fog. We got water in the tarpaulin."
"We'll clear out? Will we, Nels?"
"Yeah, let's eat."
Once again, Yancey led the way below decks to the galley. There, after a 20-minute effort in building a fire in the rusty stove, he and Miggs prepared a meal, carrying the food into the captain's cabin, where Yancey lighted the lamp. They ate slowly, sucking the taste hungrily out of every mouthful, reluctant to finish. The lamplight, flickering in their faces, made gaunt masks of features that were already haggard and full of anticipation. The brandy, which Yancey fetched out of the cupboard, brought back strength and reason and confidence. It brought back, too, that unnatural sheen to Miggs's twitching eyes.
"We'd be damn fools to clear out of here right off,"
Miggs said suddenly.
"The fog's got to lift sooner or later. I ain't trusting myself to no small boat again, Nels. Not when we don't know where we're at."
Yancey looked at him sharply. The little man turned away with a guilty shrug. Then, hesitantly, I kind of like it here, Nels."
Yancey caught the odd gleam in those small eyes. He bent forward quickly. "Where'd you go when I left you alone?" he demanded. "Me? I didn't go nowhere. I just looked around a bit, and I picked a couple of them flowers, see?" Miggs groped in his shirt pocket and held up one of the livid, orange-colored blooms. His face took on an unholy brilliance as he held the thing close to his lips and inhaled its deadly aroma. His eyes, glittering across the table, were on fire with sudden, fanatic lust. For an instant, Yancey did not move. Then, with a savage oath, he lurched up and snatched the flower out of Miggs's fingers. Whirling, he flung it to the floor and ground it under his boot.
"You damned, thick-headed fool,"
he screeched.
"You, God help you."
Then he went limp, muttering incoherently. With faltering steps, he stumbled out of the cabin and along the black passageway and up on the abandoned deck. He staggered to the rail and stood there, holding himself erect with nerveless hands. "God," he whispered hoarsely. "God, what did I do that for? Am I going crazy?" No answer came out of the silence, but he knew the answer. The thing he had done down there in the skipper's cabin, those mad words that had spewed from his mouth, had been involuntary. Something inside him, some sense of danger that was all about him, had hurled the words out of his mouth before he could control them. And his nerves were on edge too. They felt as though they were ready to crack. But he knew instinctively that Miggs had made a terrible mistake. There was something unearthly and wicked about those sickly sweet flowers. Flowers didn't grow aboard ships, not real flowers. Real flowers had to take root somewhere. And besides, they didn't have that drunken, etherish odor. Miggs should have left the vine alone. Clinging at the rail there, Yancey knew it without knowing why. He stayed there for a long time, trying to think and get his nerves back again. In a little while, he began to feel frightened, being alone, and he returned below decks to the cabin. He stopped in the doorway and stared. Miggs was still there, slumped grotesquely over the table. The bottle was empty. Miggs was drunk, unconscious, mercifully oblivious of his surroundings. For a moment, Yancey glared at him morosely. For a moment, too, a new fear tugged at Yancey's heart. Fear of being left alone through the coming night. He yanked Miggs's arm and shook him savagely, but there was no response. It would be hours, long, dreary, sinister hours, before Miggs regained his senses. Bitterly, Yancey took the lamp and set about exploring the rest of the ship. If he could find the ship's papers, he considered, they might dispel his terror. He might learn the truth. With this in mind, he sought the mate's quarters. The papers had not been in the captain's cabin, where they belonged. Therefore, they might be here. But they were not. There was nothing but a chronometer, sextant, and
other nautical instruments lying in curious positions on the mate's table, rusted beyond repair. And there were flags, signal flags, thrown down as if they had been used at the last moment. And lying in a distorted heap on the floor was a human skeleton. Avoiding this last horror, Yancey searched the room thoroughly. Evidently, he reasoned, the captain had died early in the Golconda's unknown plague. The mate had brought these instruments, these flags, to his own cabin, only to succumb before he could use them. Only one thing Yancey took with him when he went out: a lantern, rusty and brittle, but still serviceable. It was empty, but he poured oil into it from the lamp. Then, returning the lamp to the captain's quarters, where Miggs lay unconscious, he went on deck. He climbed the bridge and set the lantern beside him. Night was coming. Already the fog was lifting, allowing darkness to creep in beneath it. And so Yancey stood there, alone and helpless, while blackness settled with uncanny quickness over the entire ship. He was being watched. He felt it. Invisible eyes, hungry and menacing, were keeping check on his movements. On the deck beneath him were those inexplicable flowers trailing out of the unexplored hold, glowing like phosphorescent faces in the gloom. "By God," Yancey mumbled, "I'm going to get out of here." His own voice startled him and caused him to stiffen and peer out about him as if someone else had uttered the words. And then, very suddenly, his eyes became fixed on the far horizon to starboard. His lips twitched open, spitting out a shrill cry. "Miggs! Miggs! A light! Look, Miggs!" Frantically, he stumbled down from the bridge and clawed his way below decks to the mate's cabin. Feverishly, he seized the signal flags. Then, clutching them in his hand, he moaned helplessly and let them fall. He realized that they were no good in the dark. Gibbering to himself, he searched for rockets. There were none. Suddenly, he remembered the lantern. Back again, he raced through the passage, on deck, up on the bridge. In another moment, with the lantern dangling from his arm, he was clambering higher and higher into the black spars of the mainmast. Again and again, he slipped and caught himself with outflung hands. And at length, he stood high above the deck, feet braced, swinging the lantern back and forth. Below him, the deck was no longer silent, no longer abandoned. From bow to stern, it was trembling, creaking, whispering up at him. He peered down fearfully. Blurred shadows seemed to be prowling through the darkness, coming out of nowhere, pacing dolefully back and forth through the gloom. They were watching him with a furtive interest. He called out feebly. The muted echo of his own voice came back up to him. He was aware that the bell was tolling again, and the swish of the sea was louder, more persistent. With an effort, he caught a grip on himself.
Damned fool, he rasped. Driving yourself crazy.
The moon was rising. It blurred the blinking light on the horizon and penetrated the darkness like a livid yellow finger. Yancey lowered the lantern with a sob. It was no good now. In the glare of the moonlight, this puny flame would be invisible to the men aboard that other ship. Slowly, cautiously, he climbed down to the deck. He tried to think of something to do, to take his mind off the fear. Striding to the rail, he hauled up the water butts from the dory. Then he stretched the tarpaulin to catch the precipitation of the night dew. No telling how long he and Miggs would be forced to remain aboard the hulk. He turned, then, to explore the forecastle. On his way across the deck, he stopped and held the light over the creeping vine. The curious flowers had become fragrant, heady, with the fumes of an intoxicating drug. He followed the coils to where they vanished into the hold, and he looked down. He saw only a tumbled pile of boxes and crates, barred boxes, which must have been cages at one time. Again, he turned away. The ship was trying to tell him something. He felt it. Felt the movements of the deck planks beneath his feet. The moonlight, too, had made hideous white things of the scattered bones in the bow. Yancey stared at them with a shiver. He stared again, and grotesque thoughts obtruded into his consciousness. The bones were moving, slithering, sliding over the deck, assembling themselves, gathering into definite shapes. He could have sworn it. Cursing, he wrenched his eyes away.
Damn fool, thinking such thoughts.
With clenched fist, he advanced to the forecastle, but before he reached it, he stopped again. It was the sound of flapping wings that brought him about. Turning quickly, with a jerk, he was aware that the sound emanated from the open hold. Hesitantly, he stepped forward and stood rigid with an involuntary scream. Out of the aperture came two horrible shapes, two inhuman things with immense clapping wings and glittering eyes.
Hideous. Enormous. Bats!
Instinctively, he flung his arm up to protect himself, but the creatures did not attack. They hung for an instant, poised over the hatch, eyeing him with something that was fiendishly like intelligence. Then they flapped over the deck, over the rail, and away into the night. As they sped away towards the west, where he had seen the light of that other ship twinkling, they clung together like witches hell-bent on some evil mission. And below them, in the bloated sea, huge snakes weaved smoky golden patterns, waiting. He stood fast, squinting after the bats. Like two hellish black eyes, they grew smaller and smaller, became pinpoints in the moon glow, and finally vanished. Still, he did not stir. His lips were dry, his body stiff and unnatural. He licked his mouth,
Then he was conscious of something more. From somewhere behind him came a thin, throbbing thread of harmony. A lovely, utterly sweet musical note that fascinated him. He turned slowly. His heart was hammering, surging. His eyes went suddenly wide. There, not 5 feet from him, stood a human form. Not his imagination. Real. But he had never seen a girl like her before. She was too beautiful. She was wild, almost savage, with her great dark eyes boring into him. Her skin was white, smooth as alabaster. Her hair was jet black, and a waving coil of it, like a broken cobweb of pitch strings, framed her face. Grotesque hoops of gold dangled from her ears. In her hair, above them, gleamed 2 of those sinister flowers from the straggling vine. He did not speak. He simply gaped. The girl was barefooted, bare-legged. A short, dark skirt covered her slender thighs. A ragged, white waist, open at the throat, revealed the full curve of her breast. In one hand she held a long wooden reed, a flute-like instrument fashioned out of crude wood, and about her middle, dangling almost to the deck, twined a scarlet silken sash, brilliant as the sun, but not so scarlet as her lips, which were parted in a faint, suggestive smile, showing teeth of marble whiteness.
Who are you?
Yancy mumbled. She shook her head, yet she smiled with her eyes, and he felt somehow that she understood him. He tried again, in such tones as he knew. Still, she shook her head, and still he felt that she was mocking him. Not until he chanced upon a scattered, faltering greeting in Serbian did she nod her head.
Dobra,
She replied in a husky, rich voice, which sounded, somehow, as if it were rarely used. He stepped closer then. She was a gypsy, evidently, a Tazani of the Serbian hills. She moved very close to him with a floating, almost ethereal movement of her slender body, peering into his face, flashing her haunting smile at him. She lifted the flute-like instrument and, as if it were nothing at all unnatural or out of place, began to play again the song which had first attracted his attention. He listened in silence until she had finished. Then, with a cunning smile, she touched her fingers to her lips and whispered softly,
You mine? Yes?
He did not understand. She clutched his arm and glanced fearfully toward the west, out over the sea.
You mine?
She said again fiercely,
Papaposito, Serafino, they no have you. You not go to them.
He thought he understood then. She turned away from him and went silently across the deck. He watched her disappear into the forecastle and would have followed her, but once again the ship, the whole ship, seemed to be struggling to whisper a warning. Presently she returned, holding in her white hand a battered silver goblet, very old
and very tarnished, brimming with scarlet fluid. He took it silently. It was impossible to refuse her. Her eyes had grown into lakes of night, lit by the burning moon. Her lips were soft, searching, undeniable.
Who are you? He whispered.
Stragella.
She smiled.
Stragella. Stragella.
The name itself was compelling. He drank the liquid slowly, without taking his eyes from her lovely face. The stuff had the taste of wine, strong, sweet wine. It was intoxicating, with the same weird effect that was contained in the orange blooms which she wore in her hair, and which groveled over the deck behind her. Yancey's hands groped up weakly. He rubbed his eyes, feeling suddenly weak, powerless, as if the very blood had been drained from his veins. Struggling futilely, he staggered back, moaning, half inaudibly. Stragella's arms went about him, caressing him with sensuous touch. He felt them, and they were powerful, irresistible. The girl's smile maddened him. Her crimson lips hung before his face, drawing nearer, mocking him. Then, all at once, she was seeking his throat. Those warm, passionate, deliriously pleasant lips were searching to touch him. He sensed his danger. Frantically, he strove to lift his arms and push her away. Deep in his mind, some struggling intuition, some half-alive idea, warned him that he was in terrible peril. This girl, Stragella, was not of his kind. She was a creature of the darkness, a denizen of a different, frightful world of her own. Those lips, warning his flesh, were inhuman, too fervid. Suddenly, she shrank away from him, releasing him with a jerk. A snarling, animal-like sound surged through her flaming mouth. Her hand lashed out, rigid, pointing to the thing that hung in his belt. Tellonic fingers pointed to the Bible that defied her. But the scarlet fluid had taken its full effect. Yancey slumped down, unable to cry out. In a heap, he lay there, paralyzed, powerless to stir. He knew that she was commanding him to rise. Her lips, moving in pantomime, formed soundless words. Her glittering eyes were fixed upon him, hypnotic. The Bible. She wanted him to cast it over the rail. She wanted him to stand up and go into her arms. Then her lips would find a hold. But he could not obey. He could not raise his arms to support himself. She, in turn, stood at bay and refused to advance. Then, whirling about, her lips drawn into a diabolical curve, beautiful but bestial, she retreated. He saw her dart back, saw her tapering body whip about, with the crimson sash outflung behind her as she raced across the deck. Yancey closed his eyes to blot out the sight. When he opened them again, they opened to a new, more intense horror. On the Golconda's deck, Stragella was darting erratically among those piles of gleaming bones. But they were bones no longer. They had gathered into shapes, taken on flesh, blood. Before his very eyes, they assumed substance,
men and beasts alike. And then began an orgy such as Nels Yancey had never before looked upon. An orgy of the undead.
Monkeys, giant apes, lunged about the deck. A huge python reared its sinuous head to glare. On the hatch cover, a snow leopard, snarling furiously, crouched to spring. Tigers, tapirs, crocodiles fought together in the bow. A great brown bear, of the type found in the lofty plateaus of the Pamirs, clawed at the rail. And the men, most of them were dark-skinned, dark enough to have come from the same region, from Madras. With them crouched Chinamen and some Anglo-Saxons, starved, all of them, lean, gaunt, mad. Pandemonium raged then. Animals and men alike were insane with hunger. In a little struggling knot, the men were gathered about the number 2 hatch, defending themselves. They were wielding firearms, firing point blank with desperation into the writhing mass that confronted them. And always, between them and, around them and among, darted the girl who called herself Strugella. They cast no shadows, those ghost shapes. Not even the girl whose arms he had felt about him only a moment ago. There was nothing real in the scene, nothing human. Even the sounds of the shots and the screams of the cornered men, even the roaring growls of the big cats, were smothered, as if they came to him through heavy glass windows from a sealed chamber. He was powerless to move. He lay in a cataleptic condition, conscious of the entire pantomime, yet unable to flee from it. And his senses were horribly acute, so acute that he turned his eyes upward with an abrupt twitch instinctively, and then shrank into himself with a new fear as he discerned the 2 huge bats which had winged their way across the sea. They were returning now. Circling above him, they flapped down, one after the other, and settled with heavy, sullen thuds upon the hatch, close to that weird vine of flowers. They seemed to have lost their shape, these nocturnal monstrosities, to have become fantastic blurs, enveloped in an unearthly bluish radiance. Even as he stared at them, they vanished altogether for a moment, and then the strange vapor cleared to reveal the 2 creatures who stood there. Not bats, humans, inhumans. They were gypsies, attired in moldy, decayed garments which stamped them as Balkans. Man and woman, lean, emaciated, ancient man with fierce white mustache, plump, old woman with black, rat-like eyes that seemed unused to the light of day. And they spoke to Strugella, spoke to her eagerly. She, in turn, swung about with enraged face and pointed to the Bible in Yancey's belt. But the pantomime was not finished. On the deck, the men and animals lay moaning, sobbing. Strugella turned noiselessly, calling the old man and woman after her, calling them by name. Come, Papabosito, Serafino. The tragedy of the ghost ship was being reenacted. Yancey knew it and shuddered at the thought. Starvation, cholera, had driven the Golconda's crew mad. The jungle beast,
unfed, hideously savage, had escaped out of their confinement. And now that the final conflict was over, Stragella and Papabosito and Serafino were proceeding about their ghastly work. Stragella was leading them. Her charm, her beauty, gave her a hold on the men. They were in love with her. She had made them love her madly and without reason. Now, she was moving from one to another, loving them and holding them close to her. And as she stepped away from each man, he went limp, faint, while she laughed terribly and passed on to the next. Her lips were parted. She licked them hungrily, licked the blood from them with a sharp, crimson tongue. How long it lasted, Yancey did not know. Hours on end. He was aware, suddenly, that a high wind was screeching and wailing in the upper reaches of the ship. And, peering up, he saw that the spars were no longer bare and rotten with age. Great gray sails stood out against the black sky. Fantastic things without any definite form or outline. And the moon above them had vanished utterly. The howling wind was bringing a storm with it, filling the sails to bulging proportions. Beneath the decks, the ship was groaning like a creature in agony. The seas were lashing her, slashing her, carrying her forward with amazing speed. Of a sudden came a mighty grinding sound. The Golconda hurtled back as if a huge, jagged reef of submerged rock had bored into her bottom. She listed. Her stern rose high in the air, and Stragella, with her two fellow fiends, was standing in the bow, screaming in mad laughter in the teeth of the wind. The other two laughed with her. Yancey saw them turn toward him, but they did not stop. Somehow, he did not expect them to stop. This scene, this mad pantomime, was not the present. It was the past. He was not here at all. All this had happened years ago. Forgotten, buried in the past. But he heard them talking in a mongrel dialect, full of Serbian words.
It is done, Papabosito. We shall stay here forever now. There is land within an hour's flight, where fresh blood abounds, and will always abound. And here, on this wretched hulk, they will never find our graves to destroy us.
The horrible trio passed close. Stragella turned to stare out across the water and raised her hand in silent warning. Yancey, turning wearily to stare in the same direction, saw that the first streaks of daylight were beginning to filter over the sea. With a curious floating, drifting movement, the three undead creatures moved toward the open hatch. They descended out of sight. Yancey, jerking himself erect and surprised to find that the effects of the drug had worn off with the coming of dawn, crept to the hatch and peered down, in time to see those fiendish forms enter their coffins. He knew then what the crates were. In the dim light, now that he was staring directly into the aperture, he saw what he had not noticed before. 3 of those oblong boxes were filled with dank grave earth.
He knew then the secret of the unnatural flowers.
They had roots. They were rooted in the soil which harbored those undead bodies.
Then, like a groping finger, the dawn came
Out of the sea.
Yancey walked to the rail, dazed.
It was over now. All over. Their orgy was ended.
The Golconda was once more an abandoned,
Rotted hulk.
For an hour he stood at the rail, sucking in the warmth and glory of the sunlight. Once again, that wall of unsightly mist was rising out of the water on all sides. Presently, it would bury the ship, and Yancey shuddered. He thought of Miggs. With quick steps, he paced to the companionway and descended to the lower passage. Hesitantly, he prowled through the thickening layers of dank fog. A queer sense of foreboding crept over him. He called out even before he reached the door. There was no answer. Thrusting the barrier open, he stepped across the sill, and then he stood still while a sudden harsh cry broke from his lips. Miggs was lying there, half across the table, his arms flung out, his head turned grotesquely on its side, staring up at the ceiling. "Miggs! Miggs!" The sound came choking through Yancey's lips. "Oh God, Miggs! What's happened?" He reeled forward. Miggs was cold and stiff and quite dead. All the blood was gone out of his face and arms. His eyes were glassy, wide open. He was as white as marble, shrunken horribly. In his throat were two parallel marks, as if a sharp-pointed staple had been hammered into the flesh and then withdrawn. The marks of the vampire. For a long time, Yancey did not retreat. The room swayed and lurched before him. He was alone. Alone! The whole ghastly thing was too sudden, too unexpected. Then he stumbled forward and went down on his knees, clawing at Miggs's dangling arm. "Oh God, Miggs," he mumbled incoherently. "You got to help me. I can't stand it." He clung there, white-faced, staring, sobbing thickly, and presently slumped in a pitiful heap, dragging Miggs over on top of him. It was later afternoon when he regained consciousness. He stood up, fighting away the fear that overwhelmed him. He had to get away! Get away! The thought hammered into his head with monotonous force. Get away! He found his way to the upper deck. There was nothing he could do for Miggs. He would have to leave him here. Stumbling, he moved along the rail and reached down to draw the small boat closer, where he could provision it and make it ready for his departure. His fingers clutched emptiness. The ropes were gone. The dory was gone. He hung limp, staring down at a flat expanse of oily sea. For an hour, he did not move. He fought to throw off his fear long enough to think of a way out. Then he stiffened. With a sudden jerk, and pushed himself away from the rail. The ship's boats offered the only chance. He groped to the nearest one and labored feverishly over it. But the task was hopeless. The lifeboats were of metal, rusted through and through, wedged in their davits. The wire cables were knotted and immovable. He tore his hands on them, wringing blood from his scarred fingers. Even while he worked, he knew that the boats would not float. They were rotten through and through. He had to stop, at last, from exhaustion. After that, knowing that there was no escape, he had to do something, anything, to keep sane. First, he would clear those horrible bones from the deck. Then, explore the rest of the ship. It was a repulsive task, but he drove himself to it. If he could get rid of the bones, perhaps Stragella and the other two creatures would not return. He did not know. It was merely a faint hope, something to cling to. With grim, tight-pressed lips, he dragged the bleached skeletons over the deck and kicked them over the side and stood watching them as they sank from sight. Then he went to the hold, smothering his terror, and descended into the gloomy belly of the vessel. He avoided the crates with a shudder of revulsion, ripping up that evil vine thing by the roots. He carried it to the rail and flung it away, with the mold of grave earth still clinging to it. After that, he went over the entire ship, end to end, but found nothing. He slipped the anchor chains then, in the hopes that the ship would drift away from that vindictive bank of fog. Then he paced back and forth, muttering to himself and trying to force courage for the most hideous task of all. The sea was growing dark, and with dusk came increasing terror. He knew the Golconda was drifting, knew too that the undead inhabitants of the vessel were furious with him for allowing the boat to drift away from their source of food. Or they would be furious when they came alive again after their interim of forced sleep. And there was only one method of defeating them. It was a horrible method, and he was already frightened. Nevertheless, he searched the deck for a marlin spike and found one. And, turning sluggishly, he went back to the hold. A stake driven through the heart of each of the horrible trio. The rickety stairs were deep in shadow. Already, the dying sun, buried behind its wreath of evil fog, was a ring of bloody mist. He glanced at it and realized that he must hurry. He cursed himself for having waited so long. It was hard lowering himself into the pitch-black hold when he could only feel his footing and trust to fate. His boots scraped ominously on the steps. He held his hands above him, gripping the deck timbers. And suddenly he slipped. His foot caught on the edge of a lower step, twisted abruptly, and pitched him forward. He cried out. The marlinspike dropped from his hands and clattered on one of the crates below. He tumbled in a heap, clawing for support. The impact knocked something out of his belt, and he realized, even as his head came in sharp contact with the foremost oblong box, that the Bible, which had heretofore protected him, was no longer a part of him. He did not lose complete control of his senses. Frantically, he sought to regain his knees and grope for the black book in the gloom of the hold. A sobbing, choking sound came pitifully from his lips. A soft, triumphant laugh came out of the darkness close to him. He swung about heavily, so heavily that the movement sent him sprawling again in an inert heap. He was too late. She was already there, on her knees, glaring at him hungrily. A peculiar bluish glow welled about her face. She was ghastly beautiful as she reached behind her into the oblong crate and began to trace a circle about the Bible with a chunk of soft, tarry, pitch-like substance clutched in her white fingers. Yancey stumbled toward her, finding strength in desperation. She straightened to meet him, her lips curled back, exposed white teeth. Her arms coiled out, enveloping him, stifling his struggles. God, they were strong. He could not resist them. The same languid, resigned feeling came over him. He would have fallen, but she held him erect. She did not touch him with her lips. Behind her, he saw two other shapes take form in the darkness. The savage features of Papa Bocito glowered at him, and Serafino's ratty, smoldering eyes, full of hunger, bored into him. Stragella was obviously afraid of them. Yancey was lifted from his feet. He was carried out on deck and borne swiftly, easily, down the companionway, along the lower passage, through a swirling blanket of hellish fog and darkness, to the cabin where Miggs lay dead, and he lost consciousness while they carried him. He could not tell, when he opened his eyes, how long he had been asleep. It seemed a long, long interlude. Stragella was sitting beside him. He lay on the bunk in the cabin, and the lamp was burning on the table, revealing Miggs's limp body in full detail. Yancey reached up fearfully to touch his throat. There were no marks there. Not yet. He was aware of voices then. Papa Bocito and the ferret-faced woman were arguing with the girl beside him. The savage old man in particular was being angered by her cool, possessive smile.
We are drifting away from the prison isles,
Papa Bocito snarled, glancing at Yancey with unmasked hate.
It is his work, lifting the anchor. Unless you share him with us until we drift ashore, we shall perish.
He is mine.
Stragella shrugged, modulating her voice to a persuasive whisper.
You had the other. This one is mine.
I shall have him. He belongs to us all.
Why? Strigella smiled. Because he has looked upon the resurrection night? Ah, he is the first to learn our secret. Serafino's eyes narrowed at that, almost to pinpoints. She jerked forward, clutching the girl's shoulder.
We have quarreled enough,
she hissed.
Soon it will be daylight. He belongs to us all because he has taken us away from the Isles and learned our secrets.
The words drilled their way into Yancey's brain.
The resurrection night.
There was an ominous significance in it, and he thought he knew its meaning. His eyes, or his face, must have revealed his thoughts, for Papa Bocito drew near to him and pointed into his face with a long, bony forefinger, muttering triumphantly.
You have seen what no other eyes have seen,
the ancient man growled bitterly.
Now, for that, you shall become one of us. Strigella wants you. She shall have you for eternity, for a life without death. Do you know what that means?
Yancey shook his head dumbly, fearfully. We are the undead, Bocito leered.
Our victims become creatures of the blood like us. At night, we are free. During the day, we must return to our graves. That is why.
He cast his arm toward the upper deck in a hideous gesture.
Those other victims of ours have not yet become like us. They were never buried. They have no graves to return to. Each night, we give them life for our own amusement, but they are not of the Brotherhood yet.
Yancey licked his lips and said nothing. He understood then. Every night it happened. A nightly pantomime when the dead become alive again, reenacting the events of the night when the Golconda had become a ship of hell. We are gypsies, the old man gloated. Once we were human, living in our pleasant little camp in the shadow of the Pobias din Potak's crusty peaks in the Morava Valley of Serbia. That was in the time of Milutin, 600s of years ago. Then the vampires of the hills came for us and took us to them. We lived the undead life until there was no more blood in the valley. So we went to the coast, we three, transporting our grave earth with us. And we lived there, alive by night and dead by day, in the coastal villages of the Black Sea, until the time came when we wished to go to the far places. Serafino's guttural voice interrupted him, saying harshly,
Hurry! It is nearly dawn!
And we obtained the passage on this Golconda, arranging to have our crates of grave earth carried secretly to the hold. And the ship fell into cholera and starvation and storm. She went aground, and here we are. Ah, but there is blood upon the islands, my pretty one. And so we anchored the Golconda on the reef, where life was close at hand.
Yancey closed his eyes with a shudder. He did not understand all of the words. They were in a jargon of gypsy tongue, but he knew enough to horrify him. Then the old man ceased gloating. He fell back, glowering at Stragella. And the girl laughed, a mad, cackling, triumphant laugh of possession. She leaned forward, and the movement brought her out of the line of the lamplight, so that the feeble glow fell full over Yancey's prostrate body. At that, with an angry snarl, she recoiled. Her eyes went wide with abhorrence. Upon his chest gleamed the crucifix, the tattooed cross and Savior, which had been indelibly printed there. Stragella held her face away, shielding her eyes. She cursed him horribly. Backing away, she seized the arms of her companions and pointed with trembling finger to the thing which had repulsed her. The fog seemed to seep deeper and deeper into the cabin during the ensuing silence. Yancey struggled to a sitting posture and cringed back against the wall, waiting for them to attack him. It would be finished in a moment, he knew. Then he would join Miggs with those awful marks on his throat and Stragella's lips crimson with his sucked blood. But they held their distance. The fog enveloped them, made them almost indistinct. He could see only 3 pairs of glaring, staring, phosphorescent eyes that grew larger and wider and more intensely terrible. He buried his face in his hands, waiting. They did not come. He heard them mumbling, whispering. Vaguely, he was conscious of another sound, far off and barely audible. The howl of wolves. Beneath him, the bunk was swaying from side to side with the movement of the ship. The Golconda was drifting swiftly. A storm had risen out of nowhere, and the wind was singing its dead dirge in the rotten spars high above decks. He could hear it moaning, wheezing like a human being in torment. Then the 3 pairs of glittering orbs moved nearer. The whispered voices ceased, and a cunning smile passed over Stragella's features. Yancey screamed and flattened against the wall. He watched her in fascination as she crept upon him. One arm was flung across her eyes to protect them from the sight of the crucifix. In the other hand, outstretched, groping ever nearer, she clutched that hellish chunk of pitch-like substance with which she had encircled the Bible. He knew what she would do. The thought struck him like an icy blast, full of fear and madness. She would slink closer, closer, until her hand touched his flesh. Then she would place the black substance around the tattooed cross and kill its powers. His defense would be gone. Then those cruel lips on his throat. There was no avenue of escape. Papa Bocito and the plump old woman, grinning malignantly, had slid to one side between him and the doorway. And Stragella writhed forward,
with one alabaster arm feeling. He was conscious of the roar of surf, very close, very loud, outside the walls of the fog-filled enclosure. The ship was lurching, reeling heavily, pitching in the swell. Hours must have passed. Hours and hours of darkness and horror. Then she touched him. The sticky stuff was hot on his chest, moving in a slow circle. He hurled himself back, stumbled, went down, and she fell upon him. Under his tormented body, the floor of the cabin split asunder. The ship buckled from top to bottom with a grinding, roaring impact. A terrific shock burst through the ancient hulk, shattering its rotted timbers. The lamp caroomed off the table, plunging the cabin in semi-darkness. Through the portholes filtered a gray glare. Stragella's face, thrust into Yancey's, became a mask of beautiful fury. She whirled back. She stood rigid, screaming lividly to Papa Bocito and the old hag.
Go back! Go back!
She railed.
We have waited too long! It is dawn!
She ran across the floor, grappling with them. Her lips were distorted. Her body trembled. She hurled her companions to the door. Then, as she followed them into the gloom of the passage, she turned upon Yancey with a last unholy snarl of defeated rage. And she was gone. Yancey lay limp. When he struggled to his feet at last and went on deck, the sun was high in the sky, bloated and crimson, struggling to penetrate the cone of fog which swirled about the ship. The ship lay far over, careened on her side. 100 yards distant, over the port rail, lay the heaven-sent sight of land, a bleak, vacant expanse of jungle-rimmed shoreline. He went deliberately to work, a task that had to be finished quickly, lest he be discovered by the inhabitants of the shore and be considered stark mad. Returning to the cabin, he took the oil lamp and carried it to the open hold. There, sprinkling the liquid over the ancient wood, he set fire to it. Turning, he stepped to the rail. A scream of agony, unearthly and prolonged, rose up behind him. Then he was over the rail, battling in the surf. When he staggered up on the beach, 20 minutes later, the Golconda was a roaring furnace. On all sides of her, the flames snarled skyward, spewing through that hellish cone of vapor. Grimly, Yancey turned away and trudged along the beach. He looked back after an hour of steady plodding. The lagoon was empty. The fog had vanished. The sun gleamed down with warm brilliance on a broad, empty expanse of sea. Hours later, he reached a settlement. Men came and talked to him and asked curious questions. They pointed to his hair, which was stark white. They told him he had reached Port Blair on the southern island of the Andamans. After that, noticing the peculiar gleam of his bloodshot eyes, they took him to the home of the governor. There, he told his story, told hesitantly
because he expected to be disbelieved, mocked. The governor looked at him cryptically. "You don't expect me to understand," the governor said. "I am not so sure, sir. This is a penal colony, a prison isle. During the past few years, more than 200 of our convicts have died in the most curious way. 2 tiny punctures in the throat. Loss of blood." You must destroy the graves," Yancey muttered. The governor nodded silently, significantly. After that, Yancey returned to the world alone. Always alone. Men peered into his face and shrank away from the haunted stare of his eyes. They saw the crucifix upon his chest and wondered why, day and night, he wore his shirt flapping open so that the brilliant design glared forth. But their curiosity was never appeased. Only Yancey knew, and Yancey was silent.
Revelations in Black by Carl Jacoby. It was a dreary, forlorn establishment way down on Harbor Street. An old sign announced the legend, Giovanni Larla, Antiques, and a dingy window revealed a display half-masked in dust. Even as I crossed the threshold that cheerless September afternoon, driven from the sidewalk by a gust of rain and perhaps a fascination for all antiques, the gloominess fell upon me like a material pall. Inside was half darkness, piled boxes, and a monstrous tapestry, frayed with the warp showing in worn places. An Italian Renaissance wine cabinet shrank despondently in its corner and seemed to frown at me as I passed. "Good afternoon, senor. There's something you wish to buy? A picture? A ring? A vase, perhaps?" I peered at the squat, pudgy bulk of the Italian proprietor there in the shadows and hesitated. "Just looking around," I said, turning my eyes to the jumble about me. "Nothing in particular." The man's oily face moved and smiled, as though he had heard the remark 1,000 times before. He sighed, stood there in thought a moment, the rain drumming and swishing against the outer pane. Then very deliberately, he stepped to the shelves and glanced up and down them, considering. I moved to his side, letting my eyes sweep across the stacked array of ancient oddities. At length, he drew forth an object which I perceived to be a painted chalice. "An authentic 16th century Tondart," he murmured. "A work of art, senor." I shook my head. "No pottery," I said. "Books, perhaps, but no pottery." He frowned slowly. "I have books too," he replied. "Rare books, which nobody sells but me, Giovanni Larla. But you must look at my other treasures too." There was, I found, no hurry in the man. A quarter of an hour passed, during which I had to see a Glycon cameo brooch, a carved chair of some indeterminate style and period, and a muddle of yellowed statuettes, small oils, and 1 or 2 dreary Portland vases. Several times I glanced at my watch impatiently, wondering how I might break away from this Italian in his gloomy shop. Already the fascination of its dust and shadows had begun to wear off, and I was anxious to reach the street. But when he had conducted me well toward the rear of the shop, something caught my fancy. I drew then from the shelf the first book of horror. If I had but known the terrible events that were to follow, if I could only have had a foresight into the future that September day, I swear I would have avoided the book like a leprous thing, would have shunned the wretched antique store and the very street it stood on like places accursed. 1,000 times I have wished my eyes had never rested on that cover in black. What writhings of the soul, what terrors, what unrest, what madness would have been spared me. But never dreaming the hideous secret of its pages, I fondled it casually and remarked, "An unusual book. What is it?" Larla glanced up and scowled. "This is not for sale," he said quietly. "I don't know how it got on these shelves. It was my poor brother's." The volume in my hand was indeed unusual in appearance, measuring but 4 inches across and 5 inches in length, and bound in black velvet, with each outside corner protected with a triangle of ivory. It was the most beautiful piece of bookbinding I had ever seen. In the center of the cover was mounted a tiny piece of ivory, intricately cut in the shape of a skull. But it was the title of the book that excited my interest. Embroidered in gold braid, the title read, "5 Unicorns and a Pearl." I looked at Larla. "How much?" I asked and reached for my wallet. He shook his head. "No, it is not for sale. It is the last work of my brother. He wrote it just before he died in the institution." "The institution?" I queried. Larla made no reply, but stood staring at the book, his mind obviously drifting away in deep thought. A moment of silence dragged by. There was a strange gleam in his eyes when finally he spoke, and I thought I saw his fingers tremble slightly. "My brother, Alessandro, was a fine man. Before he wrote that book," he said slowly, "he wrote beautifully, senor, and he was strong and healthy. For hours I could sit while he read to me his poems. He was a dreamer, Alessandro. He loved everything beautiful, and the two of us were very happy. All until that terrible night. Then but no, a year has passed now. It is best to forget." He passed his hand before his eyes and drew in his breath sharply. "What happened?" I asked sympathetically, his words arousing my curiosity. "Happened, senor? I do not really know. It was all so confusing. He became suddenly ill without reason. The flush of sunny Italy, which was always on his cheek, faded, and he grew white and drawn. His strength left him day by day. Doctors prescribed, gave medicines. Nothing helped. He grew steadily weaker until that night." I looked at him curiously, impressed by his perturbation. "And then?" I urged, hands opening and closing. Larla seemed to sway unsteadily. His liquid eyes opened wide to the brows, and his voice was strained and tense as he continued. "And then, oh, if I could but forget! It was horrible. Poor Alessandro came home screaming, sobbing, tearing his hair. He was stark raving mad. They took him to the institution for the insane and said he needed a complete rest, that he had suffered from some terrific mental shock. He died 3 weeks later with the crucifix on his lips. For a moment I stood there in silence, staring out at the falling rain. Then I said, "He wrote this book while confined to the institution?" Larla nodded absently. "3 books," he replied. 2 others, exactly like the one you have in your hand. Bindings he made, of course, when he was quite well. It was his original intention, I believe, to pen in them by hand the verses of Marini. He was very clever at such work, but the wanderings of his mind, which filled the pages now, I had never read, nor do I intend to. I want to keep with me the memory of him when he was happy. This book has come on these shelves by mistake. I shall put it with his other possessions. My desire to read the few pages bound in velvet increased 1,000-fold when I found they were unobtainable. I've always had an interest in abnormal psychology and have gone through a number of books on the subject. Here was the work of a man confined in the asylum for the insane. Here was the unexpurgated writing of an educated brain gone mad. And unless my intuition failed me, here was a suggestion of some deep mystery. My mind was made up. I must have it. I turned to Larla and chose my words carefully. "I can well appreciate your wish to keep the book," I said. "And since you refuse to sell, may I ask if you would consider lending it to me for just one night, if I promise to return it in the morning?" The Italian hesitated. He toyed undecidedly with a heavy gold watch chain. "No, I am sorry. $10 and back tomorrow, unharmed." Larla studied his shoe. "Very well, senor. I will trust you. But please, I ask you, please be sure and return it." That night, in the quiet of my apartment, I opened the book. Immediately, my attention was drawn to 3 lines scrawled in a feminine hand across the inside of the front cover. Lines written in a faded red solution that looked more like blood than ink. They read, "Revelations meant to destroy, but only binding without the stake. Read, fool, and enter my field, for we are chained to the spot. Oh, woe unto Larla." I mused over these undecipherable sentences for some time without solving their meaning. At last, shrugging my shoulders, I turned to the first page and began the last work of Alessandro Larla, the strangest story I had ever in my years of browsing through old books come upon. On the evening of the 15th of October, I turned my steps into the cold and walked until I was tired. The roar of the present was in the distance when I came to 26 blue jays, silently contemplating the ruins. Passing in the midst of them, I wandered by the skeleton trees and seated myself where I could watch the leering fish. A child worshipped glass through the moon at me. Grass sang a litany at my feet, and the pointed shadow moved slowly to the left. I walked along the silver gravel until I came to 5 unicorns galloping beside water of the past. Here I found a pearl, a magnificent pearl, a pearl beautiful but black. Like a flower, it carried a rich perfume, and once I thought the odor was but a mask. But why should such a perfect creation need a mask? I sat between the leering fish and the 5 galloping unicorns, and I fell madly in love with the pearl. The past lost itself in drabness, and I laid the book down and sat watching the smoke curls from my pipe eddy ceilingward. There was much more, but I could make no sense to any of it. All was in that strange style and completely incomprehensible, and yet it seemed the story was more than the mere wanderings of a madman. Behind it all seemed to lie a narrative cloaked in symbolism. Something about the few sentences, just what, I cannot say, had cast an immediate spell of depression over me. The vague lines weighed upon my mind, hung before my eyes like a design, and I felt myself slowly seized by a deep feeling of uneasiness. The air of the room grew heavy and close. The open casement and the out of doors seemed to beckon to me. I walked to the window, thrust the curtain aside, stood there, smoking furiously. Let me say that regular habits have long been a part of my makeup. I am not addicted to nocturnal strolls or late meanderings before seeking my bed. Yet now, curiously enough, with the pages of the book still in my mind, I suddenly experienced an indefinable urge to leave my apartment and walk the darkened streets. I paced the room nervously, irritated that the sensation did not pass. The clock on the mantel pushed its clicks slowly through the quiet, and at length, with a shrug, threw my pipe to the table, reached for my hat and coat, and made for the door. Ridiculous as it may sound, upon reaching the street, I found that urge had increased to a distinct attraction. I felt that under no circumstances must I turn any direction but northward, and although this way led into a district quite unknown to me, I was, in a moment, pacing forward, choosing streets deliberately, and heading, without knowing why, toward the outskirts of the city. It was a brilliant moonlight night in September. Summer had passed, and already there was the smell of frosted vegetation in the air. The great chimes in Capitol Tower were sounding midnight, and the building and shops, and later, the private houses were dark and silent as I passed. Try as I would to erase from my memory the queer book which I had just read, the mystery of its pages hammered at me, arousing my curiosity, dampening my spirits. 5 unicorns and a pearl. What did it all mean? More and more I realized as I went on that a power other than my own will was leading my steps. It was absurd, and I tried to resist, to turn back. Yet once, when I did momentarily come to a halt, that attraction swept upon me as inexorably as the desire for a narcotic. It was far out on Easterly Street that I came upon a high stone wall flanking the sidewalk. Over its ornamented top, I could see the shadows of a dark building set well back in the grounds. A wrought iron gate in the wall opened upon a view of wild desertion and neglect. Swathed in the light of the moon, an old courtyard strewn with fountains, stone benches, and statues lay tangled in rank weeds and undergrowth. The windows of the building, which evidently had once been a private dwelling, were boarded up, all except those on a little tower or cupola rising to a point in the front. And here the glass caught the blue-gray light and refracted it into the shadows. Before that gate, my feet stopped like dead things. The psychic power which had been leading me had now become a reality. Directly from the courtyard, it emanated, drawing me toward it with an intensity that smothered all reluctance. Strangely enough, the gate was unlocked, and feeling like a man in a trance, I swung the creaking hinges and entered, making my way along a grass-growth path to one of the benches. It seemed that once inside the court, the distant sounds of the city died away, leaving a hollow silence broken only by the wind rustling through the tall dead weeds. Rearing up before me, the building, with its dark wings, cupola, and facade, oddly resembled a colossal hound, crouched and ready to spring. There were several fountains, weather-beaten and ornamented, with curious figures to which, at the time, I paid only casual attention. Farther on, half hidden by the underbrush, was the life-size statue of a little child kneeling in position of prayer. Erosion on the soft stone had disfigured the face, and in the half-light, the carved features presented an expression strangely grotesque and repelling. How long I sat there in the quiet, I don't know. The surroundings under the moonlight blended harmoniously with my mood. But more than that, I seemed physically unable to rouse myself and pass on. It was with a suddenness that brought me electrified to my feet that I became aware of the real significance of the objects about me. Held motionless, I stood there running my eyes wildly from place to place, refusing to believe. Surely I must be dreaming. In the name of all that was unusual, this absolutely couldn't be. And yet, it was the fountain at my side that had caught my attention first. Across the top of the water basin were 5 stone unicorns, all identically carved, each seeming to follow the other in galloping procession. Looking farther, prompted now by a madly rising recollection, I saw that the cupola, towering high above the house, eclipsed the rays of the moon and threw a long pointed shadow across the ground at my left. The other fountain, some distance away, was ornamented with the figure of a stone fish, a fish whose empty eye sockets were leering straight in my direction. And the climax of it all? The wall, at intervals of every 3 feet on the top of the street expanse, were mounted, crude carven stone shapes of birds. And counting them, I saw that those birds were 26 blue jays. Unquestionably, startling and impossible as it seemed, I was in the same setting as described in Lawler's book. It was a staggering revelation, and my mind reeled at the thought of it. How strange, how odd, that I should be drawn to a portion of the city I had never before frequented and thrown into the midst of a narrative written almost a year before. I saw now that Alessandro Larla, writing as a patient in the institution for the insane, had seized isolated details but neglected to explain them. Here was a problem for the psychologist: the mad, the symbolic, the incredible story of the dead Italian. I was bewildered, confused, and I pondered for an answer. As if to soothe my perturbation, there stole into the court then a faint odor of perfume. Pleasantly, it touched my nostrils, seemed to blend with the moonlight. I breathed it in deeply as I stood there by the curious fountain. But slowly that odor became more noticeable, grew stronger, a sickish sweet smell that began to creep down my lungs like smoke. And absently I recognized it: heliotrope. The honey aroma blanketed the garden, thickened the air, seemed to fall upon me like a drug. And then came my second surprise of the evening. Looking about to discover the source of the irritating fragrance, I saw opposite me, seated on another stone bench, a woman. She was dressed entirely in black, and her face was hidden by a veil. She seemed unaware of my presence. Her head was slightly bowed, and her whole position suggested a person deep in contemplation. I noticed also the thing that crouched by her side. It was a dog, a tremendous brute, with a head strangely out of proportion and eyes as large as the ends of big spoons. For several moments I stood staring at the two of them. Although the air was quite chilly, the woman wore no overjacket, only the black dress relieved solely by the whiteness of her throat. With a sigh of regret at having my pleasant solitude thus disturbed, I moved across the court until I stood at her side. Still, she showed no recognition of my presence, and, clearing my throat, I said hesitatingly, "I suppose you are the owner here?" I really didn't know the place was occupied, and the gate, well, the gate was unlocked. I'm sorry I trespassed. She made no reply to that, and the dog merely gazed at me in dumb silence. No graceful words of polite departure came to my lips, and I moved hesitatingly toward the gate. "Please don't go," she said suddenly, looking up. "I'm lonely. Oh, if you but knew how lonely I am." She moved to one side on the bench and motioned that I sit beside her. The dog continued to examine me with its big eyes. Whether it was the nearness of that odor of heliotrope, the suddenness of it all, or perhaps the moonlight, I did not know. But at her words, a thrill of pleasure ran through me, and I accepted the proffered seat. There followed an interval of silence, during which I puzzled my brain for a means to start conversation. But abruptly, she turned to the beast and said in German, "Fort mit dir, Johann!" The dog rose obediently to its feet and stole slowly off into the shadows. I watched it for a moment until it disappeared in the direction of the house. Then the woman said to me in English, which was slightly stilted and marked with an accent, "It has been ages since I have spoken to anyone. We are strangers. I do not know you, and you do not know me. Yet, strangers sometimes find in each other a bond of interest. Supposing we forget customs and formality of introduction, shall we?" For some reason, I felt my pulse quicken as she said that. "Please do," I replied. "A spot like this is enough introduction in itself. Tell me, do you live here?" She made no answer for a moment, and I began to fear I had taken her suggestion too quickly. Then she began slowly. "My name is Pearl von Morin, and I am really a stranger to your country, though I have been here now more than a year. My home is in Austria, near what is now the Czechoslovakian frontier. You see, it was to find my only brother that I came to the United States. During the war, he was a lieutenant under General Mackinson, but in 1916, in April, I believe it was, he was reported missing. War is a cruel thing. It took our money, it took our castle on the Danube, and then my brother. Those following years were horrible. We lived always in doubt, hoping against hope that he was still living. Then after the armistice, a fellow officer claimed to have served next to him on grave digging detail at a French prison camp near Montpellier. And later came a thin rumor that he was in the United States. I gathered together as much money as I could and came here in search of him." Her voice dwindled off, and she sat in silence staring at the brown weeds. When she resumed, her voice was low and wavering. "I found him. But would to God I hadn't. He was no longer living." I stared at her. "Dead?" I asked. The veil trembled, as though moved by a shudder, as though her thoughts had exhumed some terrible event of the past. Unconscious of my interruption, she went on. "Tonight, I came here. I don't know why, merely because the gate was unlocked, and there was a place of quiet within. Now, have I bored you with my confidences and personal history?" "Not at all," I replied. "I came here by chance myself. Probably the beauty of the place attracted me. I dabble in amateur photography occasionally and react strongly to unusual scenes. Tonight, I went for a midnight stroll to relieve my mind from the bad effect of a book I was reading." She made a strange reply to that. A reply away from our line of thought, and which seemed an interjection that escaped her involuntarily. "Books," she said, "are powerful things. They can fetter one more than the walls of a prison." For a moment, I didn't answer. I was thinking of her heliotrope perfume, which for a woman of her apparent culture was applied in far too great a quantity to manifest good taste. The impression stole upon me that the perfume cloaked some secret, that if it were removed, I should find. But what? It was ridiculous, and I tried to cast the feeling aside. The hours passed, and still we sat there talking, enjoying each other's companionship. She did not remove her veil, and though I was burning with a desire to see her features, I had not dared ask her to. A strange nervousness had slowly seized me. The woman was a charming conversationalist, but there was about her an indefinable something which produced in me a distinct feeling of unease. It was, I should judge, but a few moments before the first streaks of dawn when it happened. As I look back now, even with mundane objects and thoughts on every side, it is not difficult to realize the dire significance, the absolute baseness of that vision. But at the time, my brain was too much in a whirl to understand. A thin shadow moving across the garden attracted my gaze once again into the night about me. I looked up over the spire of the deserted house and started as if struck by a blow. For a moment, I thought I had seen a curious cloud formation racing low directly above me, a cloud black and impenetrable, with two wing-like ends strangely in the shape of a monstrous flying bat. I blinked my eyes hard and looked again. "That cloud!" I exclaimed. "That strange cloud! Did you see?" I stopped and stared dumbly. The bench at my side was empty. The woman had disappeared. During the next day, I went about my professional duties in the law office with only half interest, and my business partner looked at me queerly several times when he came upon me mumbling to myself. The incidents of the evening before were rushing through my mind in grand turmoil. Questions, unanswerable, hammered at me. That I should have come upon the very details described by Mad Larla in his strange book, the leering fish, the praying child, the 26 blue jays, the pointed shadow of the cupola. It was unexplainable. It was weird. 5 unicorns and a pearl. The unicorns were the stone statues ornamenting the old fountain. Yes, but the pearl? With a start, I suddenly recalled the name of the woman in black. Pearl von Morin. The revelation climaxed my train of thought. What did it all mean? Dinner had little attraction for me that evening. Earlier, I had gone to the antique dealer and begged him to loan me the sequel, the second volume of his brother Alessandro. When he had refused, objected because I had not yet returned the first book, my nerves had suddenly jumped on edge. I felt like a narcotic fiend faced with the realization that he could not procure the desired drug. In desperation, yet hardly knowing why, I offered the man money, more money, until at length I had come away, my powers of persuasion and my pocketbook successful. The second volume was identical in outward respects to its predecessor, except that it bore no title. But if I was expecting more disclosures and symbolism, I was doomed to disappointment. Vague as 5 unicorns and a pearl had been, the text of the sequel was even more wandering and was obviously only the ramblings of a mad brain. By watching the sentences closely, I did gather that Alessandro Larla had made a second trip to his court of the 26 Blue Jays and met there again his pearl. There was a paragraph toward the end that puzzled me. It read, "Can it possibly be? I pray that it is not. And yet I have seen it and heard it snarl. Oh, the loathsome creature! I will not believe it." I closed the book with a snap and tried to divert my attention elsewhere by polishing the lens of my newest portable camera. But again, as before, that same urge stole upon me, that same desire to visit the garden. I confess that I had watched the intervening hours until I would meet the woman in black again. For strangely enough, in spite of her abrupt exit before, I never doubted but that she would be there waiting for me. I wanted her to lift the veil. I wanted to talk with her. I wanted to throw myself once again into the narrative of Larla's book. Yet the whole thing seemed preposterous, and I fought the sensation with every ounce of willpower I could call to mind. Then it suddenly occurred to me what a remarkable picture she would make, sitting there on the stone bench, clothed in black, with the classic background of the old courtyard. If I could but catch the scene on a photographic plate. I halted my polishing and mused a moment. With a new electric flash lamp, that handy invention which has supplanted the old musty flash powder, I could illuminate the garden and snap the picture with ease. And if the result were satisfactory, it would make a worthy contribution to the International Camera Contest at Geneva next month. The idea appealed to me, and gathering together the necessary equipment, I drew on an ulster, for it was a wet, chilly night, and slipped out of my rooms and headed northward. Mad, unseeing fool that I was! If only I had stopped then and there, returned the book to the antique dealer, and closed the incident. But the strange magnetic attraction had gripped me in earnest, and I rushed headlong into the horror. Fall rain was drumming the pavement, and the streets were deserted. Off to the east, however, the heavy blanket of clouds glowed with a soft radiance where the moon was trying to break through, and a strong wind from the south gave promise of clearing the skies before long. With my coat collar turned well up at the throat, I passed once again into the older section of the town and down forgotten Easterly Street. I found the gate to the grounds unlocked as before, and the garden a dripping place masked in shadow. The woman was not there. Still, the hour was early, and I did not for a moment doubt that she would appear later. Gripped now with the enthusiasm of my plan, I set the camera carefully on the stone fountain, training the lens as well as I could on the bench where we had sat the previous evening. The flash lamp with its battery handle I laid within easy reach. Scarcely had I finished my arrangements when the crunch of gravel on the path caused me to turn. She was approaching the stone bench, heavily veiled as before, and with the same sweeping black dress. "You have come again," she said, as I took my place beside her. "Yes," I replied. "I could not stay away." Our conversation that night gradually centered about her dead brother, although I thought several times that the woman tried to avoid the subject. He had been, it seemed, the black sheep of the family, had led more or less of a dissolute life, and had been expelled from the University of Vienna, not only because of his lack of respect for the pedagogues of the various sciences, but also because of his queer, unorthodox papers on philosophy. His sufferings in the war prison camp must have been intense. With a kind of grim delight, she dwelt on his horrible experiences in the grave digging detail, which had been related to her by the fellow officer. But of the manner in which he had met his death, she would say absolutely nothing. Stronger than on the night before was the sweet smell of heliotrope. And again, as the fumes crept nauseatingly down my lungs, there came that same sense of nervousness, that same feeling that the perfume was hiding something I should know. The desire to see beneath the veil had become maddening by this time, but still, I lacked the boldness to ask her to lift it. Toward midnight, the heavens cleared and the moon in splendid contrast shone high in the sky. The time had come for my picture. "Sit where you are," I said. "I'll be back in a moment." Stepping quickly to the fountain, I grasped the flash lamp, held it aloft for an instant, and placed my finger on the shutter lever of the camera. The woman remained motionless on the bench, evidently puzzled as to the meaning of my movements. The range was perfect. A click and a dazzling white light enveloped the courtyard about us. For a brief second, she was outlined there against the old wall. Then the blue moonlight returned, and I was smiling in satisfaction. "It ought to make a beautiful picture," I said. She leaped to her feet. "Fool!" she cried hoarsely. "Blundering fool! What have you done?" Even though the veil was there to hide her face, I got the instant impression that her eyes were glaring at me, smoldering with hatred. I gazed at her curiously as she stood erect, head thrown back, body apparently taut as wire, and a slow shudder crept down my spine. Then, without warning, she gathered up her dress and ran down the path toward the deserted house. A moment later, she had disappeared somewhere in the shadows of the giant bushes. I stood there by the fountain, staring after her in a daze. Suddenly, off in the umbra of the house's facade, there rose a low animal snarl. And then, before I could move, a huge gray shape came hurtling through the long weeds, bounding in great leaps straight toward me. It was the woman's dog, which I had seen with her the night before. But no longer was it a beast, passive and silent. Its face was contorted in diabolic fury, and its jaws were dripping slaver. Even in that moment of terror, as I stood frozen before it, the sight of those white nostrils and those black, hyalescent eyes emblazoned itself on my mind, never to be forgotten. Then, with a lunge, it was upon me. I had only time to thrust the flash lamp upward in half protection and throw my weight to the side. My arm jumped in recoil. The bulb exploded, and I could feel those teeth clamp down hard on the handle. Backward I fell, a scream gurgling to my lips, a terrific heaviness surging upon my body. I struck out frantically, beat my fist into that growling face. My fingers groped blindly for its throat, sank deep into the hairy flesh. I could feel its very breath mingling with my own now, but desperately I hung on. The pressure of my hands told. The dog coughed and fell back, and seizing that instant, I struggled to my feet, jumped forward, and planted a terrific kick straight into the brute's middle. Fort mit dir, Johann! I cried, remembering the woman's German command. It leaped back and fangs bared, glared at me motionless for a moment. Then abruptly, it turned and slunk off through the weeds. Weak and trembling, I drew myself together, picked up my camera, and passed through the gate toward home. 3 days passed. Those endless hours I spent confined to my apartment, suffering the tortures of the damned. On the day following the night of my terrible experience with the dog, I realized I was in no condition to go to work. I drank 2 cups of strong black coffee and then forced myself to sit quietly in a chair, hoping to soothe my nerves. But the sight of the camera there on the table excited me to action. 5 minutes later, I was in the dark room, arranged as my studio, developing the picture I had taken the night before. I worked feverishly, urged on by the thought of what an unusual contribution it would make for the amateur contest next month at Geneva, should the result be successful. An exclamation burst from my lips as I stared at the still wet print. There was the old garden, clear and sharp, with the bushes, the statue of the child, the fountain, and the wall in the background. But the bench, the stone bench, was empty. There was no sign, not even a blur, of the woman in black. My brain in a whirl, I rushed the negative through a saturated solution of mercuric chloride in water, then treated it with ferrous oxalate. But even after this intensifying process, the second print was like the first, focused in every detail. The bench standing in the foreground in sharp relief, but no trace of the woman. I stared incredulously. She had been in plain view when I snapped the shutter. Of that I was positive. And my camera was in perfect condition. What then was wrong? Not until I had looked at the print hard in the daylight would I believe my eyes. No explanation offered itself, none at all. And at length, confused unto weakness, I returned to my bed and fell into a heavy sleep. Straight through the day I slept. Hours later, I seemed to wake from a vague nightmare and had not strength to rise from my pillow. A great physical faintness had overwhelmed me. My arms, my legs lay like dead things. My heart was fluttering weakly. All was quiet, so still that the clock on my bureau ticked distinctly each passing second. The curtain billowed in the night breeze, though I was positive I had closed the casement when I entered the room. And then suddenly, I threw back my head and screamed from the bottomless depths of my soul. For slowly creeping down my lungs was that detestable odor of heliotrope. Morning, when I found all was not a dream. My head was ringing, my hands trembling, and I was so weak I could hardly stand. The doctor I called in looked grave as he felt my pulse. "You are on the verge of a complete collapse," he said. "If you do not allow yourself a rest, it may permanently affect your mind. Take things easy for a while, and if you don't mind, I'll cauterize those 2 little cuts on your neck. They're rather raw wounds. What caused them?" I moved my fingers to my throat and drew them away, again tipped with blood. I don't know, I faltered. He busied himself with his medicines, and a few minutes later reached for his hat. "I advise that you don't leave your bed for a week at least," he said. "I'll give you a thorough examination then and see if there are any signs of anemia." But as he went out the door, I thought I saw a puzzled look on his face. Those subsequent hours allowed my thoughts to run wild once more. I vowed I would forget it all, go back to my work, never look upon the books again. But I knew I could not. The woman in black persisted in my mind, and each minute away from her became a torture. But more than that, if there had been a decided urge to continue my reading in the second book, the desire to see the third book, the last of the trilogy, slowly increased into an obsession. It gripped me, etched itself deep into my thoughts. At length, I could stand it no longer, and on the morning of the third day, I took a cab to the antique store and tried to persuade Larla to give me the third volume of his brother. But the Italian was firm. I had already taken 2 books, neither of which I had returned. Until I brought them back, he would not listen. Vainly, I tried to explain that one was of no value without the sequel, and that I wanted to read the entire narrative as a unit. He merely shrugged his shoulders and toyed with his watch chain. Cold perspiration broke out on my forehead as I heard my desire disregarded. Like the blows of a bludgeon, the thought beat upon me that I must have that book. I argued, I pleaded, but to no avail. At length, when Larla had turned the other way, I gave in to desperation, seized the third book as I saw it lying on the shelf, slid it into my pocket, and walked guiltily out. I make no apologies for my action. In the light of what developed later, it may be considered a temptation inspired, for my will at the time was a conquered thing, blanketed by that strange lure. Back in my apartment, I dropped into a chair and hastened to open the velvet cover. Here was the last chronicling of that strange series of events which had so completely become a part of my life during the past 5 days. Larla's Volume 3. Would all be explained in its pages? If so, what secret would be revealed? With the light from a reading lamp glaring full over my shoulder, I opened the book, thumbed through it slowly, marveling again at the exquisite hand printing. It seemed then, as I sat there, that an almost palpable cloud of intense quiet settled over me, a mental miasma muffling the distant sounds of the street. I was vaguely aware of an atmosphere, heavy and dense, in which objects other than the book lost their focus and became blurred in proportion. For a moment I hesitated. Something psychic, something indefinable seemed to forbid me to read further. Conscience, curiosity, that queer urge told me to go on, slowly, like a man in a hypnotic trance wavering between 2 wills. I began to turn the pages one at a time, from back to front. Symbolism again. Vague wonderings with no sane meaning. But suddenly, my fingers stopped. My eyes had caught sight of the last paragraph on the last page, the final pennings of Alessandro Larla. I started downward as a terrific shock ripped through me from head to foot. I read, reread, and read again those words, those blasphemous words. I brought the book closer. I traced each word in the lamplight, slowly, carefully, letter for letter. I opened and closed my eyes. Then the horror of it burst like a bomb within me. In blood-red ink, the lines read, "What shall I do? She has drained my blood and rotted my soul. My pearl is black, black as all evil. The curse be upon her brother, for it is he who made her thus. I pray the truth in these pages will destroy them forever, but my brain is hammering itself apart. Heaven, help me. Pearl, von Morin and her brother Johann are vampires. With a scream, I leaped to my feet. Vampires! I shrieked. Vampires! Oh my God! I clutched at the edge of the table and stood there swaying, the realization of it surging upon me like the blast of a furnace. Vampires! Those horrible creatures with a lust for human blood, fiends of hell taking the shape of men, of bats, of dogs. I saw it all now, and my brain reeled at the horror of it. Oh, why had I been such a fool? Why had I not looked beneath the surface, taken away the veil, gone farther than the perfume? That damnable heliotrope was a mask hiding all the unspeakable foulness of the grave. My emotions burst out of control then. With a cry, I swept the water glass, the books, the vase from the table, smote my fist down upon the flat surface again and again until 1,000 little pains were stabbing the flesh. Vampires, I screamed. No, no. Oh God, it isn't true. But I knew that it was. The events of the past days rose before me in all their horror now, and I could see the black significance of every detail. The brother Johann. Sometime since the war, he had become a vampire. When the woman sought him out years later, he had forced this terrible existence upon her too. Yes, that was it. With the garden as their lair, the two of them had entangled poor Alessandro Larla in their serpentine coils a year before. He had loved the woman, had worshipped her madly, and then he had found the truth, the awful truth, that had sent him stumbling home stark, raving mad. Mad, yes, but not mad enough to keep him from writing the facts in his 3 velvet-bound books for the world to see. He had hoped the disclosures would dispatch the woman and her brother forever. But it was not enough. Following my thoughts, I whipped the first book from the table stand and opened the front cover. There again, I saw those scrawled lines which had meant nothing to me before. Revelations meant to destroy, but only binding without the stake. Read, fool, and enter my field, for we are chained to the spot. Oh, woe unto Larla! Pearl von Morin had written that. Fool that I was, unseen fool! The books had not put an end to the evil life of her or her brother. No, only one thing could do that. Yet the exposures had not been written in vain. They were recorded for mortal posterity to see. Those books bound the 2 vampires, Pearl von Morin and her brother Johann, to the old garden, kept them from roaming the night streets in search of victims. Only him who had once passed through the gate could they pursue and attack. It was the old metaphysical law, evil shrinking in the face of truth. Yet if the books had bound their power in chains, they had also opened a new avenue for their attacks. Once immersed in the pages of the trilogy, the reader fell helplessly into their clutches. Those printed lines had become the outer reaches of their web. They were an entrapping net within which the power of the vampires always crouched. That was why my life had blended so strangely with the story of Larla. The moment I had cast my eyes on the opening paragraph, I had fallen into their coils, to do with as they had done with Larla a year before. I had been lured, drawn relentlessly into the tentacles of the woman in black. Once I was past the garden gate, the binding spell of the books was gone, and they were free to pursue me, and a giddy sensation rose within me. Now I saw why the scientific doctor had been puzzled. Now I saw the reason for my physical weakness. Oh, the foulness of it. She had been feasting on my blood. With a sobbing cry, I flung the book to a far corner, turned, and began madly pacing up and down the room. Cold perspiration oozed from every pore. My heart pounded like a runner's. My brain ran wild. Was I to end as Larla had ended another victim of this loathsome being's power? Was she to gorge herself further on my life and live on? Were others to be preyed upon and go down into the pits of despair? No, and again no. If Larla had been ignorant of the one and only way in which to dispose of such a creature, I was not. I had not vacationed in South Europe without learning something of these ancient evils. Frantically, I looked about the room, took in the objects about me, a chair, a table, a taburette, one of my cameras with its long tripod. I stared at the latter as in my terror-stricken mind a plan leaped into action. With a lunge, I was across the floor, had seized one of the wooden legs of the tripod in my hands. I snapped it across my knee, then grasping the two broken pieces, both now with sharp splintered ends, I rushed, hatless, out of the door to the street. A moment later, I was racing northward in a cab bound for Easterly Street. "Hurry!" I cried to the driver as I glanced at the westering sun. "Faster, do you hear?" We shot along the cross streets into the old suburbs and toward the outskirts of town. Every traffic halt found me fumbling at the delay. But at length we drew up before the wall of the garden. Tossing the driver a bill, I swung the wrought iron gate open, and with the wooden pieces of the tripod still under my arm, rushed in. The courtyard was a place of reality in the daylight, but the moldering masonry and tangled weeds were steeped in silence as before. Straight for the house I made, climbing the rotten steps to the front entrance. The door was boarded up and locked. Smothering an impulse to scream, I retraced my steps at a run and began to circle the south wall of the building. It was this direction I had seen the woman take when she had fled after I had tried to snap her picture. The 26 blue jays on the wall leered at me like a flock of harpies. Well toward the rear of the building, I reached a small half-open door leading to the cellar. For a moment, I hesitated there, sick with the dread of what I knew lay before me. Then, clenching hard the two wooden tripod stakes, I entered. Inside, cloaked in gloom, a narrow corridor stretched before me. The floor was littered with rubble and fallen masonry, the ceiling interlaced with 1,000 cobwebs. I stumbled forward, my eyes quickly accustoming themselves to the half-light from the almost opaque windows. A maddening urge to leave it all and flee back to the sunlight was welling up within me now. I fought it back. Failure would mean a continuation of the horrors, a lingering death would leave the gate open for others. At the end of the corridor, a second door barred my passage. I thrust it open and stood swaying there on the sill, staring inward. A great loathing crept over me, a stifling sense of utter repulsion. Hot blood rushed to my head. The air seemed to move upward in palpable swirls. Beyond was a small room, barely 10 feet square, with a low raftered ceiling, and by the light of the open door, I saw, side
by side in the center of the floor. 2 whitewood coffins. How long I stood there leaning weakly against the stone wall, I don't know. There was a silence so profound, the beating of my heart pulsed through the passage like the blows of a mallet. And there was a slow, penetrating odor drifting from out of that chamber that entered my nostrils and claimed instant recognition. Heliotrope! But heliotrope defiled by the rotting smell of an ancient grave. Then suddenly, with a determination born of despair, I leaped forward, rushed to the nearest coffin, seized its cover, and ripped it open. Would to heaven I could forget the sight that met my eyes. There lay Pearl von Morin, the woman in black, unveiled. That face, how can I describe it? It was divinely beautiful. The hair black as sable, the cheeks a classic white. But the lips, oh God, those lips! I grew suddenly sick as I looked upon them. They were scarlet, crimson, and sticky with human blood. I moved like an automaton then. With a low sob, I reached for one of the tripod stakes, seized a flagstone from the floor, and with the pointed end of the wood resting directly over the woman's heart, struck a crashing blow. The stake jumped downward. A sickening crunch and a violent contortion shook the coffin. Up to my face rushed a warm, nauseating breath of rot and decay. I wheeled and hurled open the lid of her brother's coffin. With only a flashing glance at the young, masculine, Teutonic face, I raised the other stake high in the air and brought it stabbing down with all the strength in my right arm. Red blood suddenly began to form a thick pool on the floor. For an instant, I stood rooted to the spot, the utter obscenity of it all searing its way into my brain like a hot sword. Even in that moment of stark horror, I realized that not even the most subtle erasures of time would be able to remove that blasphemous sight from my inner eye. It was a scene so abysmally corrupt, I pray heaven my dreams will never find it and revision its unholy tableau. There before me, focused in the shaft of light that filtered through the open door like the miasma from a fever swamp, lay the 2 white caskets, and within them now, staring up at me from eyeless sockets, 2 gray and moldering skeletons, each with its hideous leering head of death. The rest is but a vague dream. I seem to remember rushing madly outside along the path to the gate and down the street, down easterly, away from the accursed garden of the jays. At length, utterly exhausted, I reached my apartment, burst open the door, and staggered in. Those mundane surroundings that confronted me were like balm to my burning eyes. But as if in mocking irony, there centered into my gaze 3 objects lying where I had left them, the 3 volumes of Larla. I moved across to them, picked them up, and stared down vacantly upon their black sides. These were the hellish works that had caused it all. These were the pages that were responsible. With a low cry, I turned to the grate on the other side of the room and flung the 3 of them onto the still glowing coals. There was an instant hiss, and a line of yellow flames streaked upward and began eating into the velvet.
I watched the fire grow higher, higher, and diminish slowly. And as the last glowing spark died into a blackened ash, there swept over me a mighty feeling of quiet and relief. The Singular Death of Morton by Algernon Blackwood. Dusk was melting into darkness as the two men slowly made their way through the dense forest of spruce and fir that clothed the flanks of the mountain. They were weary with the long climb, for neither was in his first youth, and the July day had been a hot one. Their little inn lay further in the valley, among the orchards that separated the forest from the vineyards. Neither of them talked much. The big man led the way, carrying the knapsack, and his companion, older, shorter, evidently the more fatigued of the two, followed with small footsteps. From time to time, he stumbled among the loose rocks. An exceptionally observant mind would possibly have divined that his stumbling was not entirely due to fatigue, but to an absorption of spirit that made him careless how he walked. "All right behind?" the big man would call from time to time, half glancing back. "Hey, what?" the other would reply, startled out of reverie. "Pace too fast?" "Not a bit. I'm coming." And once he added, "You might hurry on and see to supper. If you feel like it, I shan't be long behind you." But his big friend did not adopt the suggestion. He kept the same pace between them. He called out the same question at intervals. Once or twice, he stopped and looked back too. In this way, they came at length to the skirts of the wood. A deep hush covered all the valley. The limestone ridges they had climbed gleamed down white and ghostly upon them from the fading sky. Midway in its journeys, the evening wind dropped suddenly to watch the beauty of the moonlight, to hold the branches still so that the light might slip between and weave its silver pattern on the moss below. And as they stood a moment to take it in, a step sounded behind them on the soft pine needles, and the older man, still a little in the rear, turned with a start, as though he had been suddenly called by name. "There's that girl again," he said, and his voice expressed a curious mingling of pleasure, surprise, and apprehension. Into a patch of moonlight passed the figure of a young girl, looked at them as though about to stop, yet, thinking better of it, smiled softly and moved on out of sight into the surrounding darkness. The moon just caught her eyes and teeth so that they shone. The rest of her body stood in shadow. The effect was striking, almost as though head and shoulders hung alone in midair, watching them with this shining smile, then fading away. "Come on, for heaven's sake," the big man cried. There was impatience in his manner,
not unkindness. The other lingered a moment, peering closely into the gloom where the girl had vanished. His friend repeated his injunction, and a moment later the two had emerged upon the high road, with the village lights in sight beyond, and the forest left behind them like a vast mantle that held the night within its folds. For some minutes, neither of them spoke. Then, the big man waited for his friend to draw up alongside.
"About all this valley of the Jura," he said presently, "there seems to me something rather weird."
He shifted the knapsack vigorously on his back. It was a gesture of unconscious protest.
"Something uncanny,"
he added, as he set a good pace.
"But extraordinarily beautiful. It attracts you more than it does me, I think,"
was the short reply.
"The picturesque superstitions still survive here," observed the older man.
"They touched the imagination in spite of oneself." A pause followed, during which the other tried to increase the pace. The subject evidently made him impatient for some reason.
"Perhaps," he said presently,
"though I think myself it's due to the curious loneliness of the place. I mean, we're in the middle of tourist Europe here, yet so utterly remote. It's such a neglected little corner of the world. The contradiction bewilders. Then, being so near the frontier, too, with the clock changing an hour a mile from the village, makes one think of time as unreal and imaginary." He laughed. He produced several other reasons as well. His friend admitted their value and agreed half-heartedly. He still turned occasionally to look back. The mountain ridge where they had climbed was clearly visible in the moonlight.
"Odd," he said, "but I don't see that farmhouse where we got the milk anywhere. It ought to be easily visible from here." "Hardly, in this light. It was a queer place, rather, I thought," he added.
He did not deny the curiously suggestive atmosphere of the region. He merely wanted to find satisfactory explanations.
A case in point, I mean. I didn't like it quite. That farmhouse. Yet I'm hanged if I know why. It made me feel uncomfortable. That girl appeared so suddenly, although the place seemed deserted, and her silence was so odd. Why in the world couldn't she answer a single question? I'm glad I didn't take the milk. I spat it out. I'd like to know where she got it from, for there was no sign of a cow or a goat to be seen anywhere. I swallowed mine, in spite of the taste, said the other, half smiling at his companion's sudden volubility. Very abruptly then, the big man turned and faced his friend. Was it merely an effect of the moonlight, or had his skin really turned pale beneath the sunburn? I say, old man, he said, his face grave and serious. What do you think she was? What made her seem like that? And why the devil do you think she followed us? I think, was the slow reply, it was me she was following. The words, and particularly the tone of conviction in which they were spoken,
clearly were displeasing to the big man, who already regretted having spoken so frankly what was in his mind. With a companion so imaginative, so impressionable, so nervous, it had been foolish and unwise. He led the way home at a pace that made the other arrive 5 minutes in his rear, panting, limping, and perspiring as if he had been running.
I'm rather for going on into Switzerland tomorrow or the next day,
he ventured that night in the darkness of their two-bedded room.
I think we've had enough of this place, eh?
What do you think? But there was no answer from the bed across the room, for its occupant was sound asleep and snoring.
Dead tired, I suppose, he muttered to himself,
then turned over to follow his friend's example. But for a long time, sleep refused him. Queer, unwelcome thoughts and feelings kept him awake, of a kind he rarely knew and thoroughly disliked. It was rubbish, yet made him uncomfortable so that his nerves tingled. He tossed about in the bed.
I'm overtired,
he persuaded himself.
That's all.
The strange feelings that kept him thus awake were not easy to analyze, perhaps, but their origin was beyond all question. They grouped themselves about the picture of that deserted, tumble-down chalet on the mountain ridge where they had stopped for refreshment a few hours before. It was a farmhouse, dilapidated and dirty, and the name stood in big black letters against a blue background on the wall above the door. La Chenille. Yet not a living soul was to be seen anywhere about it. The doors were fastened, windows shuttered, chimneys smokeless, dirt, neglect, and decay everywhere in evidence. Then, suddenly, as they had turned to go, after much vain shouting and knocking at the door, a face appeared for an instant at a window, the shutter of which was half open. His friend saw it first and called aloud. The face nodded in reply, and presently a young girl came round the corner of the house, apparently by a back door, and stood staring at them both from a little distance. And from that very instant, so far as he could remember, these queer feelings had entered his heart: fear, distrust, misgiving. The thought of it now, as he lay in bed in the darkness, made his hair rise. There was something about that girl that struck cold into the soul. Yet, she was a mere slip of a thing, very pretty, seductive even, with a certain serpent-like fascination about her eyes and movements. And although she only replied to their questions as to refreshment with a smile, uttering no single word, she managed to convey the impression that she was a managing little person who might make herself very disagreeable if she chose. In spite of her undeniable charm, there was about her an atmosphere of something sinister. He himself did most of the questioning, but it was his older friend who had the benefit of her smile. Her eyes hardly ever left his face, and once she had slipped quite close to him and touched his arm. The strange part of it now seemed to him that he could not remember in the least how she was dressed or what was the coloring of her eyes and hair. It was almost as though he had felt rather than seen her presence. The milk. She produced a jug and 2 wooden bowls after a brief disappearance round the corner of the house. Well, it tasted so odd that he had been unable to swallow it and had spat it out. His friend, on the other hand, savage with thirst, had drunk his bowl to the last drop too quickly to taste it even, and, while he drank, had kept his eyes fixed on those of the girl, who stood close in front of him. And from that moment, his friend had somehow changed. On the way down, he said things that were unusual, talking chiefly about the chenille and the girl, and the delicious, delicate flavor of the milk, yet all phrased in such a way that it sounded singular, unfamiliar, unpleasant even. Now that he tried to recall the sentences, the actual words evaded him, but the memory of the uneasiness and apprehension that caused him to feel remained. And night ever italicizes such memories. Then, to cap it all, the girl had followed them. It was wholly foolish and absurd to feel the things he did feel. Yet there the feelings were. And what was the good of arguing? That girl frightened him. The change in his friend was in some way or other a danger signal. More than this, he could not tell. An explanation might come later, but for the present, his chief desire was to get away from the place and to get his friend away too. And on this thought, sleep overtook him heavily. The windows were wide open. Outside was a garden with a rather high enclosing wall, and at the far end a gate that was kept locked because it led into private fields and so, by a back way, to the cemetery and the little church. When it was open, the guests of the inn made use of it and got lost in the network of fields and vines, for there was no proper route that way to the road or the mountains. They usually ended up prematurely in the cemetery and got back to the village by passing through the church, which was always open, or by knocking at the kitchen doors of the other houses and explaining their position. Hence, the gate was locked now to save trouble. After several hours of hot, unrefreshing sleep, the big man turned in his bed and woke. He tried to stretch, but couldn't, then sat up, panting, with a sense of suffocation. And by the faint starlight of the summer night, he saw next that his friend was up and moving about the room. Remembering that sometimes he walked in his sleep, he called to him gently. "Martin, old chap," he said in a low voice, with a touch of authority in it. "Go back to bed. You've walked enough for one day." And the figure, obeying, as sleepwalkers often will, passed across the room and disappeared among the shadows over his bed The other plunged and burrowed himself into a comfortable position again for sleep. But the heat of the room, the shortness of the bed, and this tiresome interruption of his slumbers made it difficult to lose consciousness. He forced his eyes to keep shut and his body to cease from fidgeting. But there was something nibbling at his mind, like a spirit mouse that never permitted him to cross the frontier into actual oblivion. He slept with one eye open, as the saying is. Odors of hay and flowers and baked ground stole in through the open window. With them, too, came from time to time sounds, little sounds that disturbed him without being ever loud enough to claim definite attention. Perhaps, after all, he did lose consciousness for a moment when, suddenly, a thought came with a sharp rush into his mind and galvanized him once more into utter wakefulness. It amazed him that he had not grasped it before. It was this: the figure he had seen was not the figure of his friend. Alarm gripped him at once, before he could think or argue, and a cold perspiration broke out all over his body. He fumbled for matches, couldn't find them. Then, remembering there was an electric light, he scraped the wall with his fingers and turned on the little white switch. In the sudden glare that filled the room, he saw instantly that his friend's bed was no longer occupied, and his mind, then acting instinctively without process of conscious reasoning, flew like a flash to their walk of the day, to the tumble-down chenille, the glass of milk, the odd behavior of his friend, and to the girl. At the same second, he noticed that the odor in the room, which hitherto he had taken to be the composite odor of fields, flowers, and night, was really something else. It was the odor of freshly turned earth. Immediately on the top of this discovery came another. Those slight sounds he had heard outside the window were not ordinary night sounds, the murmur of wind and insects. They were footsteps moving softly, stealthily down the little paths of crushed granite. He was dressed in wonderful short order, noticing as he did so that his friend's night garments lay upon the bed, and that he too had therefore dressed. Further, that the door had been unlocked and stood half an inch ajar. There was now no question that he had slept again. Between the present and the moment when he had seen the figure, there had been a considerable interval. A couple of minutes later, he had made his way cautiously downstairs and was standing on the garden path in the moonlight. And as he stood there, his mind filled with the stories the proprietor had told a few days before of the superstitions that still lived in the popular imagination and haunted this little, remote, pine-clad valley. The thought of that girl sickened him. The odor of newly turned earth remained in his nostrils and made his gorge rise. Utterly and vigorously he rejected the monstrous fictions he had heard. Yet for all that could not prevent their touching his imagination as he stood there in the early hours of the morning, alone with night and silence. The spell was undeniable. Only a mind without sensibility could have ignored it. He searched the little garden from end to end. Empty! Opposite the high gate he stopped, peering through the iron bars, wet with dew to his hands. Far across the intervening fields he fancied something moved. A second later he was sure of it. Something down there to the right beyond the trees was astir. It was in the cemetery. And this definite discovery sent a shudder of terror and disgust through him from head to foot. He framed the name of his friend with his lips, yet the sound did not come forth. Some deeper instinct warned him to hold it back. Instead, after incredible efforts, he climbed that iron gate and dropped down into the soaking grass upon the other side. Then, taking advantage of all the cover he could find, he ran swiftly and stealthily towards the cemetery. On the way, without quite knowing why he did so, he picked up a heavy stick, and a moment later he stood beside the low wall that separated the fields from the churchyard, stood and stared. There, beside the tombstones, with their hideous metal wreaths and crowns of faded flowers, he made out the figure of his friend. He was stooping, crouched down upon the ground. Behind him rose a couple of bushy yew trees, against the dark of which his form was easily visible. He was not alone. In front of him, bending close over him, it seemed, was another figure. A slight, shadowy, slim figure. This time, the big man found his voice and called aloud. "Morton! Morton!" he cried. "What in the name of heaven are you doing? What's the matter?" In the instant, his deep voice broke the stillness of the night with its clamor. The little figure, half hiding his friend, turned about and faced him. He saw a white face with shining eyes and teeth as the form rose. The moonlight painted it with its own strange pallor. It was weird, unreal, horrible. And across the mouth, downwards from the lips to the chin, ran a deep stain of crimson. The next moment, the figure slid with a queer, gliding motion toward the trees and disappeared among the yews and tombstones in the direction of the church. The heavy stick, hurled, whirling after it, fell harmlessly halfway, knocking a metal cross from its perch upon an upright grave. And the man who had thrown it raced full speed towards the huddled up figure of his friend, hardly noticing the thin, wailing cry that rose trembling through the night air from the vanished form. Nor did he notice more particularly that several of the graves, newly made, showed signs of recent disturbance, and that the odor of turned earth he had noticed in the room grew stronger. All his attention was concentrated upon the figure at his feet. "Morton, man, get up! Wake for God's sake! You've been walking in..." Then the words died upon his lips. The unnatural attitude of his friend's shoulders and the way the head dropped back to show the neck struck him like a blow in the face. There was no sign of movement. He lifted the body up and carried it all limp and unresisting by ways he never remembered afterwards back to the inn. It was all a dreadful nightmare, a nightmare that carried over its ghastly horror into waking life. He knew that the proprietor and his wife moved busily to and fro about the bed, and that in due course the village doctor was upon the scene, and that he was giving a muddled and feverish description of all he knew, telling how his friend was a confirmed sleepwalker and all the rest. But he did not realize the truth until he saw the face of the doctor as he straightened up from the long examination. "Will you wake him?" he heard himself asking. "Or let him sleep it out until morning?" And the doctor's expression, even before the reply came to confirm it, told him the truth. "Ah, monsieur, your friend will not ever wake again, I fear. It is the heart, you see. Alas, it is sudden failure of the heart." The final scenes in the little tragedy, which thus brought his holiday to so abrupt and terrible a close, need no description, being in no way essential to this strange story. There were one or two curious details, however, that came to light afterwards. One was that for some weeks before, there had been signs of disturbance among newly made graves in the cemetery, which the authorities had been trying to trace to the nightly wanderings of the village madman in vain. And another, that the morning after the death, a trail of blood had been found across the church floor, as though someone had passed through from the back entrance to the front. A special service was held that very week to cleanse the holy building from the evil of that stain, for the villagers, deep in their superstitions, declared that nothing human had left that trail. Nothing could have made those marks but a vampire disturbed at midnight in its awful occupation among the dead. Apart from such idle rumors, however, the bereaved carried with him to this day certain other remarkable details which cannot be so easily dismissed. For he had a brief conversation with the doctor, it appears, that impressed him profoundly. And the doctor, an intelligent man, prosaic as granite into the bargain, had questioned him rather closely as to the recent life and habits of his dead friend. The account of their climb to the chenille he heard with an amazement he could not conceal. "But no such chalet exists," he said. "There is no chenille. A long time ago, 50 years or more, there was such a place, but it was destroyed by the authorities on account of the evil reputation of the people who lived there. They burnt it. Nothing remains today but a few bits of broken wall and foundation." Evil reputation? The doctor shrugged his shoulders. "Travelers, even peasants disappeared," he said. "An old woman lived there with her daughter, and poisoned milk was supposed to be used. But the neighborhood accused them of worse than ordinary murder." "In what way?" "Said the girl was a vampire," answered the doctor shortly. And, after a moment's hesitation, he added, turning his face away as he spoke. It was a curious thing, though. That tiny hole in your friend's throat, small as a pinprick, yet so deep. And the heart, did I tell you, was almost completely drained of blood. Ice in the veins. By Jeffrey LeBlanc. December 7th, 1892. In a remote cabin on Mount Bluff, Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. 17:30 p.m. Just before dusk. Snow is falling in drifts around my cabin on the mountain. The blue spruce and pine twist in the blizzard winds as the snow accumulates on their branches in heavy drifts. I know it'll be a long winter. As I wait to freeze, I don't remember much these days as I am old. But I do remember the bite of that ice storm in 1866. And the blood. How I remember the blood. Sadly, I recall the night those beasts unleashed carnage, a massacre, which lasted until the first light of wintry dawn. What I'd forgotten, I remember now, reflecting on my journal of the events. December 7th, 1866. The Marigny, New Orleans, Louisiana. Marceau Plantation. Chamber of Mademoiselle Rosalie Marceau. 10 a.m. In the early autumn of the year 1866, my employer's wife, Mademoiselle Rosalie Marceau, woke in the morning to a sense of chilled lethargy. Minutes ticked away as she lay still as a corpse on her back, her sunken eyes staring upward, unable to move. She'd say to my wife later that she felt drained of energy, of life. Rosalie swore to my Annette that even her arms and legs carried the weight of lead. She even noticed from the corner of her paralyzed eyes a slinking shadow faded out of her window as the sun rose. Rosalie thought then, I'm coming down with a cold, with all this wet weather. Jacques must examine me. He'll know what to do. It was then she noted the coppery smell of something. She remembered it took a great effort just to sit up. She sighed twice, drew in a weak gasp, and tried a third time to sit up on her elbows. For some reason in the dark, her arms and elbows were stuck to the sheet. Rosalie noted her night clothes disheveled. To her shock and great shame, the nightdress slid, rustling to her waist. How on earth had the clothing come unfastened? She wondered, looking down at herself in the pitch of the room. Rosalie in that moment felt a sting at first and a stiffness to the left side of her neck. She touched a sticky gash with her fingertips, and in the scant light of early morning saw the shimmer of blood. Mademoiselle Marceau screamed. Further panicked by the more she saw, Rosalie Marceau began to screech and shrill in unbridled terror. December 7th, 1866. Marceau Plantation.
kitchen area with Monsieur Jacques Morceau, proprietor. 10:20 a.m. I heard those screams. I remember them, even now. They came as the first flakes of ice pelted the oaks of the plantation. I was drinking a warm cup of café au lait in our breakfast room with Monsieur Jacques Morceau when we heard the scream. We both looked up, startled. As I spilled my coffee, Jacques dropped a book he was reading by Percy Bysshe Shelley, or was it Byron? I can't recall. In an instant, he had pushed his chair back, slung his coffee on the table, and was running for the white marble hallway. Jacques dashed across its breadth and mounted the winding staircase 2 steps at a time. December 7th, 1866. Morceau Plantation. Madame Moselle Rosalie Morceau's chambers. 10:35 a.m. First sign of attack. 2. Madame Moselle Morceau. Jacques found Madame Moselle Morceau hysterical, hunched over in fitful gasp on the edge of her bed. She was looking down at her hands, shoulders, and throat, covered in horrific blood. Across the heave of her chest, there was whiteness, and smears of tarnished blood lay drying. Monsieur Morceau dismissed my wife, Rosalie's personal maid, from the room immediately. My Annette, terrified by the sight of the attack to Rosalie, gladly left. She did tell me. I couldn't comprehend, Fabrice. My mouth and my legs were locked in utter horror. There I was, in the open doorway, gaping as a fool at my mistress. Then Monsieur Morceau pushed me out and closed the door. I heard him shuffling and go to his wife. Need to pause a minute before I continue. I can barely see Bluff Mountain now. The snow is really starting to fall. There's shadows moving between the hickory and blue spruce, though. I better hurry and tell you the rest. They'll be here soon. Oh, Jacques! Rosalie had gasped. I'm here, darling. Jacques moved her blood-soaked pillow and helped Rosalie lie back across the blood-stained sheets. Desperately, she pleaded. What has happened to me, Jacques? Why am I like this? Calm down, Rosalie. No need to excite yourself. His keen eye examined closely the hands, the arms, shoulders, and then the neck. The gash made Jacques gasp and turn away in shock. Then he turned back to examine closely, moving her jaw and head to the side. He stared, fear-struck, at the razor lancinations of her neck, the dried stream of clotted blood caked downward from them. Right on my throat. Voice sounding more like the wings of grasshoppers scratching in a summer storm. I need water. My throat burns like fire. Rosalie rasped. I'll get the water. Your neck has a get. Monsieur. Jacques Morceau paused for the right words here. He didn't want to frighten his wife. He knew exactly what it was.
eyes widened in terror. Rosalie's pale throat, under the blood-stained skin, went into spasm. Her voice shook in palpable growing dread. Mademoiselle Morceau yelled, "Mon Dieu! Mon Dieu, Jacques!" Again. "No need to worry, Rosalie. Steady yourself, dear." He tried in vain to calm his own fears. Jacques Morceau moved across the room in a controlled walk. He didn't want Rosalie to see any panic in him. He moved to an ornate wash basin. It was empty. He grunted with slight displeasure and called to Annette to refill the basin. Once filled, he dipped a clean washcloth into the cool water. Jacques returned to his wife and washed away cakes of congealed blood. He inspected the wound with a surgeon's eye. He'd done enough assistance to the doctors back in the Civil War as a cavalryman. He knew the difference between a knife cut, bullet wound, and a dog bite. Cleaned of the congealed blood, the wounds were clearly visible now. Incised punctures over the jugular. Grimacing, Jacques hesitantly touched the ragged, inflamed tissue in which they lay. Rosalie screamed in pain, then pulled her neck away quickly and trembled. "Hey, come, for me now." Each word Rosalie muttered as a woman going to the gallows, resigned to death, or worse. Nonsense. There are no such things as vin. Jacques had almost said it. He bit his tongue not to say the word and opened Pandora's box. He noted the pitch in his tone had went to a growl. Then he said in a steeled voice, "We will not fall prey to this fantasy, nor will we ever succumb immediately to superstition. Do you hear? There are any number of logical reasons for no one has survived its attack. You know I will die tonight." Rosalie responded through her sobs. "Bonjour." Jacques Morceau grabbed Rosalie's bare white shoulders and shook his wife violently. "Rosalie, have you heard me?" She nodded and stared at Jacques with dead, vacant eyes. "You almost said the word. I know. You know what it is," she said. "I know you believe it." "No, I don't believe whatever it is you believe. And I say childishly what you believe it is." But the words came out chopped and garbled, or so swallowed. The bitter chicory residue from his earlier coffee, like acid, left in his mouth. There is an appearance of punctures, jagged punctures, most likely from some rat. Jacques Morceau continued, "But I promise we shall not ignore the possibility. Therefore I'll be dead by tonight." Again Rosalie responded with the grave tone. "Stop this foolish madness, Rosalie." Jacques Morceau took his wife's left hand and wrenched it up to his heart. "Nothing will ever take you from me," he commanded. December 7th, 1866. The Marigny, New Orleans, Louisiana. Carriage
to Broussard grocery store. 12 p.m. Marceau Plantation supplies and provisions. The Marigny was the oldest portion of New Orleans back in the day. It held rectangular, white shotgun houses, dozens of muddy, trash-filled streets piled with horse dung, card games, and all virtue and vice to make even Lord Byron blush. A few hundred people in that district, all working for or serving Monsieur and Mademoiselle Marceau's Marigny, a place where all business ran to and from the Marceau Plantation, situated on Marceau's large expanse of property near the Mississippi River. There, along the district's coast, Marceau housed a warehouse for his fleet of cargo ships, land that extended to his fleet of vessels on the mighty Mississippi. In describing the atmosphere of the Marigny, all I could say is it's a secretive, winding, dark place. It was a community of scoundrels and scallywags. It was also the home of sorcerers, witches, and all manner of voodoo practitioners in the dark arts. The latter had carried the dark mysticism of voodoo from the Caribbean on into the secluded alleyways everywhere in the city. The district also fueled the fear of trolls and fame by the Irish, German, and Scottish immigrants that sailed into port. And of course, other supernatural mythologies flourished along its banks. A dark, secretive, deadly place was the Marigny. It was full of all manner of dark and dangerous traditions. People, hearing the screech of an owl, saw it as an ominous sign of doom and would cross themselves without a thought. A murder of crows or a flock of bats garnered the same genuflection. A person with a birthmark could be murdered for being possessed. And recently, with the vampire murders, adults and children would gather garlic buds as others gathered flowers, bringing them home for the windows. The stench of unnatural death held sway here too. Recently, on every door, there was a painted cross. At every throat, a saint's medal and a crucifix. The pandemic of panic was as lethal with the superstitions of the vampire as was the panic of yellow fever or other disease outbreaks in the closely housed district. The stench of the vampire was always shadowing the Marigny. It was the smell of sulfur and brimstone that churned the stomach. It was the scene of swarming black flies, the sounds of squishing worms, squirming maggots, and finally, the nauseating scent of rotting flesh. Decayed and desecrated human flesh littered streets on some nights. Bodies piled or found in deserted alleys. Some corpses were discovered hanging from abandoned roofs or floating from sewers in the city care forgot, New Orleans. The only thing that equaled to this unnatural trouble to Jacques Marceau was the chicanery from charlatans professing cures to rid these beasts. They'd sell all manner of fake charms, precognition cards of the voodoo loas, and even witches' spells against the loup-garou. Marceau thought about all these things as he bolted shut the green storm doors of Rosalie's chamber. He laughed a minute at the latter. Then Jacques stared off to the molten gold shimmers of the last hours of light on the Mississippi River. Dusk would be here soon, bringing in
the silver fog. December 7th, 1866. Marceau Plantation. Monsieur Jacques Marceau's office. Afternoon meeting staff. 1300 p.m. Soon, darkness would blanket the city. Soon, the residents of the Marigny would be barricaded in their cross-laden shotgun houses that reeked of panicked sweat and garlic. These servants, with their superstitions, all knew in their bones and in their souls what was ravaging Rosalie. Of that, Jacques was 100% certain. Already it had started. The stable boy had run off. The cook, too. And Monsieur Marceau was waiting for me and Annette to request discharge, too. But, of course we didn't. I didn't understand my wife's logic then. It made no sense at the time why she agreed to stay. She was the timid mouse, you see. My Annette, she ran from the things in the dark. She always shied from things that fluttered in the night. This recent preternatural happening, most assuredly, in my mind, would make her flee in haste. Alas, we stayed. But I guess people change sometimes in a marriage. My timid mouse is no exception. She had become a brave hawk. A hawk who seemed unthwarted by the whispers of darkest danger. As for the rest, Jacques had a powerful brute named Atlas Morange. Atlas instituted a surefire plan to get all the staff to stay. No one would receive their wages if they left, and worse, Atlas offered to hobble and cripple anyone who tried. However, as the night would later wear on, and screams of death were heard, even that failed. No rational mind could continue to reason when beholden to the terror that was vampire. December 7th, 1866. Marceau Plantation. Chamber of Rosalie Marceau. Inspection of room and plantation. 1400 p.m. Everything Jacques Marceau saw and analyzed leaned to the lore of the fiend. The evidence, blood, the ripped throat, the lack of any sign of entry into the room. In fact, that very morning, he scoured the place looking for anything but signs of vampirism. Jacques had supervised and oversaw the order of Rosalie's room stripped to the bare walls. They peeled back wallpaper and checked vents for rodents, snakes, or venomous insects. As the servants worked, Marceau even smelled their fear by the garlic and holy oils they wore doing the task. He felt their growing dread in whispered conversations of the task. He saw the terror of the vampire in the servants as they moved hastily in the dark cellar or between wall crawl spaces, looking for anything but the undead. Each servant moved about the room, tiptoeing as if on eggshells. Further fears were seen in wide eyes, more white than their various colored pupils, fingers twitching constantly to their totems of garlic and crosses. Even I knew, with my brethren of servitude, that no snake, no rat, no rodent, or insect of any kind would be found. And somewhere in the superstitious part of his brain. Marceau had known it too. Jacques waged an internal war within himself. Logical versus illogical. Monsieur Marceau lashed out at us for our superstitions and well-founded fear and timidity, thus succeeding only in heightening our horrors further. Marceau Plantation, Rosalie Marceau's chamber, 17:30 p.m. Dusk. One more perimeter walk with me. One more check of all plantation windows. Then Marceau turned from the last locked window with a sneering smile. "All safe, my love, as I promised," chimed Jacques Marceau. Then he continued, "No creature alive will ever enter this room tonight or leave it." He caught himself immediately, hearing Rosalie's rapid, heavy breathing, seeing the flare of her nostrils, and the reignited torches of terror in her eyes. "Nothing at all will enter or leave," he amended. Rosalie recited the Lord's Prayer and Rosary in French. After a while, as darkness ever creeped into the house, she lay transfixed on her bed. In her pale left hand, at her breast, she tightened her grip over a worn silver cross. It was the same cross Marceau had given her earlier to alleviate Rosalie's growing dread. A plain silver cross, and not the emerald and ruby stone one he'd given her on their wedding day 2 years ago. How disappointing, yet so typical of her Acadian village background. That unfounded superstition ruled her life. It was now, in this moment of impending dread, Rosalie reached for the crutch of Catholicism and sought benevolent protection from the unadorned cross of her church. Such a foolish, stupid child. In a chuckle, looking at the cross, Monsieur Marceau said, "Why wear such a gaudy trinket? You know, you don't need it now, Rosalie." And Marceau went on, "Tonight, we have fortified the plantation from inside and out. You will be safe." Rosalie reacted spasmodically to his words. Both hands tightened as she turned from him, protecting her crucifix. "As usual, you misunderstand, Rosalie. Go on, wear your divine protector of the soul. Wear it to the end of your life, if you will. Which won't be tonight," he said. "My intention and my words were only that throughout this, I'll be at your side all night and the duration." Cautiously, she said, "You'll be here with me? You promise, Jacques, to stay with me?" "Of course." Marceau sat on the bed and held her hand. "I'll never leave your side. Nothing can make me leave," he promised. An hour after dusk, the moon rose with its nyctaloptic eye and hung leprous and gibbous. As the moon made its ascent, Rosalie abruptly fell off to sleep. Marceau, confident in his assertions and safeguards, placed a chair beside the bed and seated himself reading Shelley. Removing his reading glasses, he strained his eyes to the lamplight
and the shadows in the room. Then he coughed to cause any movement in the shadows. Finally, after massaging his temples and cleaning his glasses, he placed his glasses across the bridge of his nose with the thumb and forefinger of his left hand and hooked them around his ears. Marceau Plantation, Rosalie Marceau's chamber, 1900 p.m. Monsieur Jacques Marceau watched, lamplight flickering across Rosalie in her sleep. The light continued shading her in a prism of wondrous fluorescent crimson, violet, and emerald verdant light. It was in that moment he sighed, watching her. How the light accentuated every beautiful, distinct feature of his Rosalie.
Vampires. Such rubbish.
Marceau drew under his breath.
How foolish a notion in this enlightened age of science and advancement in disease. Humans always want their boogeymen and superstitions, he whispered to himself.
Marceau Plantation, Rosalie Marceau's chambers, 2000 p.m. Fabrice Fauché, summoned to Mademoiselle Rosalie Marceau's chambers. I was summoned to Mademoiselle Marceau's room later in the evening. Monsieur Marceau had been nodding when Atlas pounded on the door and requested entry. Awakened muttering, Jacques motioned with his hand for me to enter and sit next to him. I saw his hands twitch as he put away the book. Rosalie was in her bed with the lamp drawn low to let her sleep. Marceau and the room had different smells. Marceau strongly reeked of a familiar smell to me: deceit. A silver tray of coffee had been placed on a table by Annette. As I sat, she winked at me and then hurried out the door while Atlas stayed behind. I felt nervousness sitting with our benefactor. I don't know why my heart had taken to pounding with fear either. And when did Annette blink? Maybe my concern had centered on not only the smell of Jacques, but his irritated voice, especially as he whispered to Atlas as I came in swirling from the darkness. Atlas, stay a little longer, he had commanded. Then to me, Fabrice, come sit with me. 2 pairs of eyes are better than one to protect Rosalie. I was offered coffee and encouraged to drink. It's a rare Arabian recipe I learned in Saudi Arabia. You have to add just the right cardamom and date sugar. Thank you. It's quite good, I said truthfully. For a moment, he looked on, confused, towards the now locked windows. Monsieur Marceau? A puzzled Atlas asked. Are you okay? Is there something troubling you? My reply. His eyes caught flame. That scent I picked up on Jacques before was stronger. No worries, Fabrice and Atlas. But, Atlas, I just need to have our chat with our dear friend Fabrice Fauché. Fabrice, We need to discuss your promotion. It's one of my best employees. I think it's time. He shook my hand as he said this. I shook his hand back. Maybe my instincts had been awry. Thank you, sir. Annette and I greatly appreciate it.
Oh, dear Lord, Atlas! Jacques cried suddenly. He and Atlas lunged for the bed, examining Rosalie as I stood, stunned.
Marceau Plantation. Rosalie Marceau's chambers. 20:45 p.m. Time of witness death by staff reports. No living staff to verify. Blood sprayed her face, soaked the mattress, and pooled in crimson ribbons on the floor. Rosalie's throat had been ripped wider, and the nightdress had been torn away again. Both men gasped at the waxen white face. Rosalie was dead. Staff had rushed in hearing the excitement. Many ran away in tears. Atlas shrugged, shook his head, and swore. I told you, barred doors and boarded windows would not stop this creature, sir, he said. Atlas Morange moved his frame, tall and massive, beside the lamp table. He somberly took out of his leather duster a wooden hammer, his Bowie knife, and a large stake. Now, we must be strong. For Mademoiselle, sir. We must release her. Jacques. Atlas had never called Monsieur by his first name in front of me before, but I reckon this was an emotional moment for either man. Suddenly, I was hearing a discussion through a fog, each word underwater as they continued. I shook my head to clear it. Jacques continued. But how did it do this? We had guards. We had the garlic wreaths. She wore the crucifix. My eyes were going out of focus and clouded for some reason, but I managed to see Jacques' tears stream from his watered eyes as he pointed and pleaded. Atlas, very solemnly, fog, sir. It was the fog. Vampire has the power to make itself a vapor, which can pass through any opening, however small, he explained. Then he took a deep breath and sighed, looking out in the darkness. Look, Atlas. Look, Fabrice. The cross is still around her neck, cried Marceau. Nothing or no one disturbed her cross, yet her blood pours everywhere. He moved around to both sides of the bed, pulling away sheets. Oh, I see. The blood covered its protective powers. This Jacques said in a saddened, disgusted voice. I was swooning, trying to get up, but I couldn't. My chair seemed fastened to me. Unseen hands pushed me down and made me stay. My mind and eyes no longer had clarity in thoughts or images. Were you with her the whole time, Monsieur? Atlas asked, as more of a crowd gathered outside the room. For even as mist, you surely would have heard it do this. This I cannot understand. Atlas added grimly, I do not know why, even covered in her blood, that Rosalie's cross didn't protect her. I was with her. Well, until I went to the bathroom for just a moment and left Fabrice here with her. Why did I see nothing? I couldn't counter his lie. My mouth and my speech no longer worked. You were hypnotically attacked by its demonic presence. Its power to suggest overpowered your will and controlled you. But it would have to be close. Atlas looked on me as other servants came to the room and saw the horror of Rosalie. Marceau Plantation. Rosalie Marceau's chambers. 21:20 p.m. Report of apprehension of Fabrice Fauché as suspect. Not taken into police custody. No police in Marigny to verify reporting. Missing or deceased. Then Atlas scrutinized me closer as he said, "Count yourself fortunate that you, Monsieur Marceau, were not also attacked by him." Him? Do you mean Fabrice? But he was with me all night. Marceau, feigning surprise, went on, "I do not count myself fortunate, Atlas. My precious Rosalie is dead, sir." I fell from the chair to the floor with a thud. At the same time, Jacques struck his palm rigidly into his hands and cast a deranged look of anguish, or was it pride, onto my face. "What am I to do, Atlas? Do you think we have captured the vampire?" he asked. "We have, sir. On Atlas's last words, I began to fade out, but I tried to fight whatever toxin had paralyzed me. It was in vain. I thought, maniacs, all of them, as I willed myself again to rise and run from this horrible room and this crazed man and his henchmen. Shockingly, my wife, I witnessed, was not coming to my defense. My precious Annette would not come near me. There was the wink again. "To Marceau!" In fact, was she smiling? "And," I croaked, then passed out completely. Marceau Plantation. Levee, adjacent to Marceau Shipping on Mississippi River. 2200 p.m. Murder of suspect by Marigny mob. Police reports advised, unable to stop proceedings. Hang this fiend up higher. I don't want to miss the beast's heart. We'll stuff garlic in the head, the mouth, and stump of its neck to make sure he doesn't come back," bellowed Monsieur Jacques Marceau between torches and roaring fires on the banks of the levee. He went on barking. "More sainted holy water on him, Father Thomas. Rope his hands and legs to prevent him from flying off. Let there be no way he escapes us." Those words and yells woke me. I was waking to a demoniacal event that even Dante Alighieri couldn't have envisioned. I awoke in a torturous, living hell on earth. I had been scourged and beaten while unconscious. Ropes had been attached to a mule, flung over the limbs of 500-year-old oaks, then tied around my neck to my hands and legs, splaying me in all directions. The more they pushed the mule to tighten the rope, the further my neck and extremities were pulled. As the ropes ever tightened and stretched me,
I felt agonizing torn muscles, dislocated joints, and ropes burned into my skin. The real horror lay in the macabre visage of one of Marceau's cruelest jests. In one of their pulls of the ropes, I glimpsed for a moment Rosalie's mutilated body. Her corpse lay at my feet as I hung dripping blood and sweat and flesh. Her waxen head decapitated and stuffed with garlic and crucifixes lay next to her hacked off limbs. Marceau screamed, a maniacal roar as he pointed. This beast took my precious Rosalie, my wife, the only thing I ever cherished in this world. This vampire's own wife claims he tried to corrupt her. I caught sight on Annette Fauché, my bride, my wife of 5 years, one who was timid and afraid of the dark. She spat on me, then spoke. He is the vile devil's son, my husband. I never knew him. He has left me in the night to conspire with witches and the undead. Now I know Fabrice consorts with the night things. She continued spitting and spewing her poisonous lies. He tried to tempt my soul and bring me to his damnation. Thank God I refused. I saw her mouth secretive words to Jacques in agreement. It broke my heart. We have seen what this monster here has done to our Marigny. We have seen how Fabrice Fauché and his vampires slaughter our innocent. I have seen it, said Atlas next to Marceau. How many of these vile monsters have I slain myself? I know not. From Romania on to the swamps of Louisiana, I cannot say accurately, but I know what works on them. He grabbed a large spear of ash, to my horror, then continued. Pull the ropes tight and put the vampire over the flames. The stake. But he is suspended. Jacques looked beyond revulsion and disgust to Rosalie's body, and he cast his eyes up onto me. He had the sneer again. Atlas nodded slowly. Like I've said, Monsieur Marceau, I've had experience with these beasts. My stake will hit the heart. The townsfolk, at first glance, had been a jeering, cursing mob. Now, under Marceau's control, they quieted as Jacques Marceau ushered them to calm. The Marigny mob followed Marceau's lead and genuflected, then bowed their heads. Marceau took an impassioned sigh, then as he said reverently, "Let us pray. May God have mercy on Rosalie's soul. We pray that he gives us the courage to put Fabrice Fauché, vampire, to rest as well," he said. I saw a brief nod from Annette to Jacques and understood.
Are you really going to?
I screamed in absolute hard agony. Something broke in my heart. Before she finished the question to Jacques, I felt a blistering hot fire scorched into my heart. I heard ribs crack and flesh tear in the same instance. Atlas had speared a sharpened ash stake into my chest, my ribs, and into my heart. In a toneless, dying murmur, I said, "Why?" Marceau Plantation, levee adjacent to Marceau Shipping on Mississippi River. 22:30 p.m. Strange reports at levee and in Marigny. A shredded diary of local priests found attached to unknown severed hand. 2 local townsmen, with Atlas still holding the spear into my heart, brought my body down. My heartbeat, a chaotic mash from the splintered wood and bone. I wasn't dying. I was dead from the start, being staked. In those throes of certain death, Marceau bent over to whisper in my ear as everyone grew silent. Thank you for your sacrifice, Fabrice. I'll take care of your wife. I heard the last as a vile taunt and saw the hideous smirk. I need to pause just a moment again to look at that scar and remember. As I look on there's the whistle of wind outside my frosted cabin now. I hear the sway of iced hickory, maple, and oak. I smell the scent of pine and blue spruce as I look at that old scar from being staked. And I now smell something else on the wind, too. How did I survive such an injury? I know you may be confused at this point. How did I survive with barely a scar? How did I come to write these words after my untimely demise? Was I truly a vampire? The answer to the last question is obviously no. What happened occurred rapidly. My body was spit on and kicked by the Marigny crowd. Even in death, someone screamed, possibly Annette, "Vampire, you will never attack us again!" As she too continued the kicks and spitting. No. Devilishly, I heard Marceau, "We have staked the beast. The vampire has been vanquished. Now off with the scoundrel's head." His bloodlust was at a fever pitch. Then I pulled the stake from out of my chest, threw it into the nearby fire, and stood up. Men, women, and children screamed in terror and fled. 2 old men were trampled to death by the crowd, and a horse that broke free. A woman fainted. And one thing was certain: everyone ran from me. Annette went wide-eyed, as Rosalie had once done, thinking a vampire was hunting her. Sadly, the real monster, Rosalie's vampire, was her beloved Jacques Marceau. And, I guess in a similar fashion, I was now, coincidentally, Annette's. I looked on amused as she ran, then fell, then ran again toward the plantation, leaving Marceau alone. I saw as she had a look of guilt and pain across her sallow features. My ears flattened as I heard her running and screaming, "Please have mercy, Fabrice! Please, I beg you! I don't want to die!" she said. "Please don't kill us, Fabrice!" Arrogant, condescending, and unrepentant. "You won't kill her, or me, fiend!" Marceau commanded and directed a stunned Atlas to attack. Rallying his troops, Jacques practically had to push the big man to confront me. "Shoot and kill him, Atlas. I'll double what I was going to pay you then bring me Fabrice Fauchet's head. Marceau Plantation. Levee, adjacent to Marceau Shipping on Mississippi River. 2300 p.m. From reports, gunfire heard in the Marigny. Police unable to apprehend due to fog. People injured from an alligator. Marceau pointed and directed 2 other henchmen with guns as well. Firing Winchester rifles, their bullets had no effect. They weren't blessed or of silver to do any good. I even told them this as I flipped my rear paw, ripping the head off one man while simultaneously I tore the others off with my teeth. Screaming, the Cajun youth ran off spurting blood from his amputated stump. The man fell over and splashed and sizzled the bonfires with his blood, then ran off into the night dying. Then it was Atlas's turn. Atlas's knife could have presented a problem. Luckily, I stopped his attack by stalling the knife's hilt with my clawed hand. He screamed into my face his warrior's yell, knowing all hope was lost. I tossed him over into the henchman, not yet wanting to kill him. I wanted Atlas Morange out of his mind with terror before I killed him. Jacques Marceau, in the orange flickering flame darkness, could not see the casualties I'd inflicted on his protectors. How could he envision them in the blackest night with human eyes? Arrogant and ever condescending, he was like Custer at the Little Bighorn. What likelihood could he ever fathom that his little band of henchmen would ever be triumphant over a loup-garou, over me? In his stupidity, he was already calling out to Annette to come witness his victory over the monster. Yes, Jacques Marceau had to show he had control over Annette to the end. He had my wife come back and witness the slaying of me for good. Come back, dear. I promise you. This monster shall be destroyed. Annette stopped her run to the plantation. She paused, then turned slowly to smile toward Marceau in relief. All I could later think, to my disgust, was she had to suffer from something. Insanity, most likely. More nefariously, Annette lusted for my torture, my death, my blood, real vampirism. Annette Fauchet stopped with insidious glee, then turned back in my direction to see me killed. Fortunately for her, I had a change of heart. She spasmodically shuddered, then feebly whimpered as she saw the real me and screamed, pleading for mercy to me out in the darkness. I heard her dejected say, "We are doomed, Jacques. There will be no forgiveness for God or for Brice," with a murmured gasp realization. Monsieur Jacques Marceau rebuked her. "There's always a way, stupid woman," he answered. He saw as Atlas tried to follow me and aim his pistol through phantom fog banks. He fired his gun uselessly several times. Finally, I came through the mist and tore out the large man's heart in front of them. Howling in victory, I flattened my ears, snarled at them, then slowly ate the man's beating heart. Fog continued to roll in off the Mississippi River. Around us, fires raged in the darkness. I used the fog and the darkness to cloak myself, circling the next prey. As I made one of several growls and circled Jacques Marceau, the maniac, cold and heavy mist circled us and enveloped around the levee, ships, and the plantation house. In the fog, I snarled through canine teeth.
Why did you kill her?
Marceau fired a pistol in my direction. I snarled on the backside of Jacques, just in the recesses of mist.
Why kill your wife? Why take mine?
Again he fired in a miss. Does there ever have to be a reason, Fabrice? Not that you are of my class or of my station. There is no why, Monsieur Fonchet. Do as thy will is my motto. You were just in the way. He villainously laughed. Can we forget all that staking stuff and be friends again? Marceau was taunting me in the fog. Obviously, for a better shot. Why did the man not register his folly? Why could he not comprehend what was occurring? How the tables were turned? But in my long lifetime, arrogant men like him never did bend their knee to humility. He nodded slowly to himself and shrugged with a laugh. Okay. Final answer, Fabrice. He fired 3 more shots randomly, almost killing Annette. I grew bored. Is that what you wanted to hear? A rich man like me grew tired of the trappings of his idiot wife. He continued with his taunts as I circled and he reloaded. You seemed oblivious to your gift over there. You were so naive, Fabrice, too eager to please and serve your master. Neglected Annette, if you will, trying to be my best servant. You are such a fool, Fabrice. I smelled deceit and jealousy on him again now. I mistakenly, in my wolfish anger, threw a corpse at him in one of my growling rages. Another dead body was tossed. Marceau found something useful when I threw the 3rd corpse, Atlas, to him. Something that might hurt me. A silver knife.
It won't work, Jacques. I already smell your intent.
I lumbered out of the fog. Jacques Marceau saw my smoldering red canine eyes flicker with the flames of the bonfires. I saw the horrified malevolence in his. He thought, as so many of his ilk, I can kill this beast. This monster will be killed by me. Patiently, the former Civil War cavalryman sat there, waiting. I lurched a little, closer, watching with wolfish eyes his rapid, fogging breath, as I built his dread to terrific panic, as he had done to poor Rosalie Marceau. I circled around him in the fog. I howled, smelling the discharge from him, body fluids in palpable, horrified agitation. As I drifted in and between firelight and fog, frightening the fool, I saw stars were being blotted out by rising tendrils of vapor. I heard trees swaying ever gently in the cool night breeze, stirring my coat of gray fur. I bristled and shook off early dew as I made my prey wait a little longer for a horrific death. I howled one more roar, then flattened my ears back, made a slow stride for the kill. Some of the earlier fires were dwindling. Darkness, with rays of moonlight, were encroaching. He jested. "Where on earth are all my friends of the district?" asked Morceau. "Fabrice! Are you still Fabrice, my friend?"
Yes, in some ways better. For you, far worse, friend, I growled.
Morceau, screeching insanely, said, "Well, no need to be rude, I swear. I didn't see a soul as I rode in." He laughed as a maniac and continued, "They are huddling, terror-stricken, in their houses from the vampire." The lunatic continued, "Fabrice, I must say I didn't see this coming. I just wanted to have some fun, that's all. Am I any different than the servants you just devoured?" I heard the creak of his grip on the knife. It wouldn't be long now. I realized as he was speaking, Morceau was timing my strides, aiming for me probably with the knife. "Look at this mess you left me fat." Jacques threw the silver knife with the precision of a trained man in the cavalry. Had I been human, his knife would have killed me most certainly. But I'm Luc Garou, werewolf. "Oops, sorry Fabrice, I missed." I moved and locked my jaws around his neck as a wolf at play. I shook Jacques Morceau, hearing bones and sinew break and tear. Then I threw the horrible tasting man into one of the many bonfires still raging next to the Mississippi River. As I lumbered and lurched to kill Annette, I got a little pleasure hearing the vinegary, vile-tasting Jacques Morceau sizzle, singe, and scream in the fire. Annette gave off the gallows stare. Dear Fabrice, it all makes sense now. All the secrecy through the years. She cackled as a crone. And here I thought it was another woman. How wrong was I?
You have no idea.
I lowered my snout to smell the feast. I licked her living, terrified face one more time, and I dripped saliva onto her face as I grunted the words.
For what it's worth, how glad I am to eat you.
I heard her skull crack as I crushed it under my jaws. In between, I heard Annette's pig-like squeals. In the early hours, just before dawn, I howled a lonesome howl. My beast raged now with a fiery hate beyond any human comprehension. Demoniacal depravity had called from the shores of Erebus past its ghoul-guarded gateways of hell. Now unleashed, I had no control over its catastrophic carnage to the mob in the Marigny. The beast would have its pounds of flesh. The Marigny District, 1 a.m. Multiple reports found scattered at police station covered in large paw prints and blood. Only survivor found alive is a traumatized amnesiac man who was crying. He was covered in blood and mud with a healing wound to his chest. I ran those muddy streets and tore through house after house, savagely murdering all of them until sunrise. For the murderous mob of the Marigny district on that icy night, I became the breed of horror which cannot be impeded. For those that tortured and spat on me, I was, from what unholy place I do not know. Their murderous transgression to me unforgivable to the point I hunted the fools throughout the Louisiana countryside. I stalked, tracked, and trailed each one, paw by paw. I needed no shelter in a graveyard to hide as that undead corpse they claimed I was, nor did I need the crypt to hide from sun after I fed on each of them, for I lived amongst them, cloaked in human skin by day, and they all knew that I knew them. I instinctively knew my prey all too well. And by full moon, on the same night they had tortured and staked me, I continued killing those that fled. My bloodthirsty revenge never satisfied. I was their nightmare in living fur and flesh. Werewolf. But by the first rays of morning sun, however, despite surviving the vampire that had staked me, Monsieur Jacques Morceau, I found no respite in revenge and murder. In fact, in sadness and mourning, with the wolf back in its cage of human flesh, I sobbed and fell to my human knees with profound sorrow and regret. I lay there in the cold mud and colder congealed pools of blood in a ghost town of my dead. No howl could release that pain. December 7th, 1892. Back in the present, in a remote cabin on Mount Bluff, Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. 12 a.m. Midnight on the mountain. Now, as the snow falls on Bluff Mountain, I'm an old wolf, a more forgiving soul, a creature back at peace again with the Marigny for now. Give me the serene beauty of nature and not the scum and bums of a city. I will forever live and crave the peaceful creak and sway of old trees, playing in the silver illumination of moonlit forest, standing on a mountain's peak, feeling the frigid blast of winter wind on my fur. And, of course, the taste of great prey. The leprous moon was gibbous again, since the snowstorm has slowed a bit on Bluff Mountain. I'm bristling my coat now in the moonlight, walking amongst the blue spruce, feeling the roar of my inner wolf. Somewhere out in the forest gloom, I smell creatures coming out of the shadows. They smell as I do. They look as I do, but they are not me. These werewolves are my pack. My pack has come to join me in the silver and white solitude. I feel pride chills go up my spine as I hear my pack's joyous howls in the glorious moon. Heart-filled howls carried across miles of mountains on the icy cold wind. The snow continues to fall in drifts around my cabin on the mountain. It'll be a long winter, but I won't be alone. This old wolf, long in the tooth, won't freeze after all. Like I said, I don't remember much these days, as I'm old. But I do remember the bite of that ice storm in 1866. And the blood. Oh, how I remember the blood. Thank you for listening. Have a great night.